Going on, family? How y'all doing? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Trail Smooth, Kiana, Monette, DJ Hamp, Pretty Intellectual, Shan Monet, Saint in the Center, True Table, me, myself, Lapeef J.I. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Oh, what's going on?
What it do? What it do?
We're good, man. We're good.
Yeah. Happy Thursday, man. One day away from Friday.
Yes,
Friday,
sir.
y'all weekend, but what y'all got planned, but good to be here on this Thursday. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if y'all catch this on a replay, hit that like button. And also make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We've got an excellent show here for you guys. Shout out to the Daily Wrap-Up crew. They did an interview with a couple of intelligent gentlemen. They talked about Black Americans are lost. I want to thank Trev because the same day, Trev sent me the real truth, sent me the whole entire segment. So it was good to see you guys being aligned when it comes to that. So I'm looking forward to this discussion. We're going to talk about Blackness today. Y'all looking forward to it? Something different from last week. I know y'all crashed out a little bit last week, man, and got a little bit out of control. So hopefully we can stay tame tonight. We don't have those issues.
Not too hopeful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good to see you again, Saint. We're looking dapper as usual. I got you on mute because it was some background noise. There you go.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you having me. It's always an honor to be among you guys. And yes, I already hit the subscribe button and I click all notifications to make sure that when you go live, we get all the notifications. So as he said, if you're watching, make sure you hit it because you might think you subscribed and you didn't. So make sure you subscribe here.
Okay. There you go. Appreciate that, man. Words of wisdom. All right. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to get the video queued up, man. We're going to go ahead and play that first segment. Sweeney, you there? Mic check. Let's make sure before we go. I'm sure y'all good. You ain't new to this. I got the video queued up. So let's go ahead and run it, and then we're going to go ahead and react to it.
So African Americans would say, well, you're not one like me. Yes, I know, but I'm walking past my cousin, my nieces every day. So what is in my head is what is in their head. And what I'm explaining is something that they must listen to. When I say there is no such thing as African American culture, they're like, what do you mean? But culture for me is not dance, food, clothing. Those are not cultures. Culture is a worldview. The worldview is what drives people. Their relationship to wealth, to money, to community, to marriage, to family. It's the worldview they have. That's the foundation of a culture. And number two, there is no possibility for you to have a culture without having a language. So if you read most of the books written by brilliant African Americans, the first thing you see, the headline is, the traumatic thing about slavery is not merely changing your environment. The traumatic thing about slavery is not merely asking you to work long hours. The Russians had hard labor camps in Siberia. Many countries, Japanese had it, where people work and they die. The traumatic thing about slavery is one thing only, which everyone has written about. They took our language away. They took our culture away. They took our history and religion away. That is a traumatic thing about being a slave. Now, if they took those things away, how and when were they recovered? So I met a gentleman. I was attending a conference in Singapore, and I met this gentleman who was a Korean sociologist. So we started talking during coffee, and I said, oh, I lived in Korea for 2 years when I was reporting. And he said, oh, wow. And then we started talking. I don't remember how the conversation came about when he asked me. He said, so your country was colonized? I said, yes, and my country, his country, Korea, was colonized by the Japanese for 49 years. And he said, what did you guys, meaning referring to people in Benin, what did you lose as a result of colonization? And I froze and I said, whoa, nobody has ever asked me that question. So I said, Prof, you tell me, and that will give me some idea. And he said, no, we're Koreans, we're colonized by the Japanese. So when they left, all we lost was time. We just went back being Koreans. And from that day, I could tell clearly, what did we lose as a result of colonization in Africa? what did you lose as a result of slavery? If you don't fix that which you lost, you're not going to make any way forward. So in Africa, the countries that exist today were never there. They force a group of tribes that have their own distinct cultures to become a country. So they've lost their distinct cultures, trying to have a culture as a collective, which is never going to happen. So,
all right, I'm gonna go ahead and stop it there. Let's go ahead and react to it. So, what defines culture? What defines culture, and do we have a culture?
Well, I say this. I believe bro started off wrong off rip because that's not the denotation of culture. He came up with what his opinion was of it and then tried to say that black people don't have culture. So that's the first ridiculous thing right on there. And then, you know, I'm trying to see the point of what he's really doing, because to me, at this point, I feel like we need to tighten up. And what he's doing is extremely divisive. But I'm going to let y'all go. I got some things on it, but I'm going to let y'all rock into it. But I don't like how he started off.
Yeah. I'd say that, you know, once again, I love when people want to create their own definitions for words that we have definitions for. The definition of culture, just for the crowd, is custom arts, social institutions, and achievements of a particular group, nation, people, or other social group. It doesn't require them to have a language. And even if we are to say that language is required for culture to be had or sustained, music is language, music is communication. And there's a strong tie to music in Black American culture. So that would not prove that, you know, when you say like the ability to pass things down from generation to generation, Black Americans have been able to do that through music. So that is a form of language. In addition, there is AAVE that is also for a dialect in itself, that akin to a lot of Caribbean islands that have a form of dialect derived from English, Spanish, or French. So I think it's very odd to randomly just point out Black Americans and say they don't have culture because they were stolen from their lands, when you wouldn't say that about Jamaicans, and I'm Jamaican. You wouldn't say that about Trinidadians. You wouldn't say that about Bajans. You wouldn't say that about anybody else from the diaspora, but for some reason you want to say that about Black Americans. One last point. He literally disproved everything he said with his last point, where he said, in Africa, there were separate tribes that they forced into countries. So then you're inherently saying that Africans don't have cultures either, because they were forced to put something together that wasn't natural. So pretty much, I guess, no Black people on the planet has a culture.
JR, if you don't mind, I wanted Trev to good morning, first and foremost. I wanted Trev to expound on the divisive aspect. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about what was divisive about what he said. To me, it's revealing, right? I think it's good information to see the thought process, you know, because the pathology is very important to understand, you know, so we can see and how you say identify these people who have these notions about so-called Black Americans, you know. But what was divisive in terms of?
By saying you have no culture, right? So what that does is it immediately puts he's on offense, and it puts Black Americans on defense. Why do we have no culture? This is so in these spaces. There's been a lot of this. I actually addressed it with Dave Anderson, you know, a few weeks ago. We talked about, you know, FBA, non-FBA, and what it is, and people delineating. And one of the main reasons is because of talk like this, right? And in my opinion, I think that every single Black person needs to Voltron, come together. But at this point, people are being divisive. When you push out rhetoric like this against Black Americans, it's going to make people upset. It's going to make them not want to deal with you. It's going to say, all right, well, we're going to do our own thing. We're going to delineate. And if you ask my opinion, I would say talk just like this is why Black Americans are saying the hell with y'all.
Okay, I understand, because you're under the premise that we should all be form of Voltron, essentially. Okay, I understand.
Right.
I understand why you're saying that. Then I think delineation is important, right? I just came back from Barbados, and surprisingly, their culture is very few and far between when you're actually over there. They placate to the white people overwhelmingly that go to the country, right? I was just there, so I'm just going just based on my anecdotal experience. So as an example, if there was 100 people standing outside, 80 of them were baby boomer white people. And so you're literally listening to the music, and it's Barbara Streisand, and it's very old reggae, right? Because they kind of know that Bob Marley stuff, One Love, and etc. As the night moves on, you start to see more Bayesian people out, but even the food, right? It's not distinct. Like Aki and saltfish was pretty much the one that's mostly acceptable, was the one in tomato sauce. There wasn't a lot of like even the fish cakes were probably the only distinct thing that they had on the menus. But the best thing they had was steak, right? Because that's what those people are more likely to eat.
Were you
And
in the
so,
tourist area
Did
by
you?
chance?
Because I was gonna say I was out in Barbados a few years ago,
mhm,
and I know the section you're talking about.
mhm.
And they are absolutely commercialized. And I think that everywhere has a city that's just made for the tourists to feel kind of comfortable, right? So you can kind of segue into the rest of the country if you want to, but that it's meant to make people feel at home. I've actually rode some ATVs a little bit away from there, and I found some other shit. It's different. It's different. They definitely have their own thing going on, but that particular section is a tourist section.
Yeah, if by section you mean several, like more than two, then I agree.
Yeah,
I
it
think
all
that
depends on how far you went out.
I know, but now I have to go to the ends of the island to find the culture. That still means my point, right? If
No,
I
it
have to
doesn't.
go everywhere, well, just finish this point, right? If I have to go everywhere to find it, it defines what I'm saying, right? Because I can't find it in these distinct and popular areas, And when we're talking to the drivers, they're saying what I'm saying, right? That they placate to the people who essentially fund them. So it wasn't just me coming up with a premise. I used my anecdotal experience being there, and in conversing with the drivers, they're saying the same thing, how the East Indian man owns all of it, right? How they're the ones in charge and in control. So these are just the drivers and the people that are helping us kind of confirming what I'm seeing, right? And doesn't feel good, but this is just what I'm seeing out there.
Okay, real quickly, Pretty, you wanted to respond?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the idea of meeting ignorance with ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
That video was highly ignorant, but
Mm-hmm.
your response is also highly ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
When we're speaking about going to a country that literally is on the travel advisory, just about every Black country is on the US travel advisory for level 2 or level 3. So they're already telling people not to travel to those countries.
Mm-hmm.
If those countries depend on tourism, they probably would want to appease the people who would be feeding their economy in some kind of capacity. And because we know that a lot of people are closed-minded, yeah, I'm Jamaican, and as I said, white people show up there and still want hot dogs somehow. So unfortunately, eat your hot dogs. It don't mean that if you drive out and you get out in a grill and now you're in Westmoreland and you're in the other parts that our country isn't there and is strong in the culture. You just have to move out of those areas. So if you were in that area, that really doesn't prove anything. It would be just like me as a Caribbean person. When I first got to the US, I landed in a very Caribbean area and I felt right at home. But that doesn't mean that the rest of the United States doesn't exist and have a very strong Black American culture. If I were to just stay in Miami, I'd say there's no Black American culture. It's all Caribbean stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be untrue.
100%. And I think that's why I noted the placating, right? I understand that, that the tourism is there, right? Also speaking to the populace that is from there, they were confirming my notion, right? So I think I agree it is ignorance just because I don't know enough. But from my anecdotal experience, that's what I saw. Now, the grill's in Jamaica, right? Yeah. And my wife is from Manchester. So I don't have that same notion about Jamaica. So particularly with Barbados, that's what I saw. And I had several conversations because I didn't want to believe what I was seeing. But I don't have that same sentiment regarding Jamaica. So it's not just you know what I mean? I'm not just throwing a blanket over it. But this is what the local people are saying as well.
Go ahead, Saint.
With regard to the discussion about the Frank Zanu character, these Africans are hilarious. And sometimes I speak, people think I'm anti-African. I'm pro-African. But I think they're funny when they're like, the Black American, it's they no cultural value of the people. They twerk the girl. And it's like, nah, bro. I've been to more African countries than any African has. And they do the same dances. They try to dress like black men and black women, except they look dirtier. Their wig game is terrible. I mean, utterly terrible. And they're doing all the things we do on dirt roads. So the fact of the matter is you're dealing with a case of jealousy. And I say this with all love for the African peoples. I'll be in Africa shortly. But the fact of the matter is they come to the United States, as do many immigrants, and the dominant culture here is the white culture. And they try their best to step on our heads to appear palatable to the white dominant infrastructure. Now, here's the thing that's worth noting, and I agree with Pretty Intellectual about this fellow starts trying to redefine words, which is extraordinary. Is he a linguist or a cultural anthropologist? I don't know what his background is, except that he's a journalist who's worked for the white man. And so we know who's feeding him. He's not an entrepreneur. He's never been in control of his own life. And furthermore, he's so African and respects their culture so much that he lives in Texas and he dresses like a white man. So the thing that I often put forward to these Africans is like, look here, little buddy. If your culture is so strong, why'd you throw it away so quickly? The reason that he has to redefine culture away from the traditional markers, he mentioned language, for sure. Okay. But then what about folkways, mores, religion, garb, style of dress, holidays, all of these things? Well, he had to throw that away because if you look at his appearance, he's dressed like a Western white man. So you'd have to ask him, well, in my case, as a foundational Black American, that was ripped from me. I never had a choice on that. Our culture started here as an ethnic group. You decided to throw away your culture. You voluntarily threw it into the garbage can. So how strong could it be? Here's the most important thing that no one acknowledges. When a culture is so strong, so emulated, so good that it's commercialized, packaged, and sold around the whole world, it becomes invisible because it's dominant. You go to China, you mention any of the Michaels, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Mike Tyson, they know who you're talking about. You go to Albania, you look like Tupac. They couldn't name anyone of meaning from Africa, the whole damn 54 countries. So my point is this. Our culture is extraordinarily dominant. Our culture is well known, the good and the bad. There's a such thing as high culture and there's a such thing as low culture. High culture, maybe we talk about Ella Fitzgerald. Maybe we talk about Martin Delaney. Low culture, maybe we talk about Sexy Red. But the level of domination is extraordinary. So he's a lying, dirty, filthy African who's a pseudo-intellectual, and he's destructive for Black people wherever you find them. He is a tool, a bootlicker of the white supremacists, and he doesn't even know it. And that's the sad part. I yield the floor.
Go ahead, Kiana.
So I feel from his perspective that the lack of appreciation for a culture does not denote that it is not a culture. Just because he is from Africa and feels as though his culture is superior to ours, you also have to look at the whole concept that cultures are built over time. So if we're uprooted from a place, brought to another place, and in the stages of developing our culture, it may not be as sound as their culture that's been not tinkered with as much as ours has. We have a culture, they just don't appreciate what that is. They may look at certain things, especially with media being representative of what Black culture is, and is typically a very terrible description of what it is quite often. They're looking at it from the perspective of Black culture as living in the hood, or just things that are not positive aspects, and that lack of appreciation for the things that we do and appreciate and we live every single day. He's not going to value that, but that does not denote that we do not have a culture.
Go ahead, True.
Yeah, I find it interesting because it seems to be that we are attacking the man's origin and lineage instead of being a little bit more open-minded. I think we're being kind of intellectually dishonest. I definitely appreciate Kiana's response because I think that it was probably the most balanced and sound. And this is why I say I believe we're being intellectually dishonest. Worldview was a good definition, in my opinion, because there's probably no place where people derive from a certain, a region of the world, that when they're perceiving the world, Their culture is the dictator of how they see the world. We talk about, from an American perspective, that media, because we have such a media eye, and I talked about this the last time, that is a part of American culture. But this is the only country that is built the way it's built. It has a subset of people deriving from all different parts of the world, and we get to blend, perspective, personas, and different things alike. But when we talk about us as a group, Americans struggle, Black Americans struggle to be able to convey what is our culture. Language is a part of culture. Garb is not necessarily, you don't have a trademark on garb, because cotton is cotton, jeans are jeans, suits are suits. And so this is where I found this particular interview to be interesting, because he was giving his perspective. And what I've heard from just a few people is the fact that he's African seems to aggravate people. And I'm not sure why, because I believe that the fact that he does come from a different region of the world, it gives him a different outlook from outside of what we typically see. So we're going to have this conversation. I would like it to be hopefully a little bit more honest, moving forward. And I'll land.
Anybody like to respond? Go ahead, Saint, and then Pretty.
No, it's important to address that he's African. In fact, he's from a small, irrelevant country called Benin, which is actually one of my more favored governments in Africa. It's in West Africa next to Nigeria, which makes it strategically important. I think the population is something like 13 million, so it's largely irrelevant. I think it has like 75 miles of coastline, not significant natural resources as cotton and a couple other things. But it's really interesting because it's one of the few places that actually does give consideration to the those who have been a victim of the Ma'afa, which we today call the foundational Black American. However, they recently suffered a coup, which was short-lived, which is an indicator of instability politically. And more importantly, you look at their economy, it's atrocious. They're run by like the Black Donald Trump, which is to say like a guy who's really successful in business, and he went into office and he inched up the economy, but they're still struggling significantly. If you look at good examples in the African continent of Black countries, you look at like Botswana, even Ethiopia is doing all right. This country is what you would for sure describe as backward. And it's important when someone attempts to establish themselves as coming from a high culture to look at where they actually come from. I do know precisely where he comes from. It's not an impressive place. And what we will continue to do, similar to those people who have that flag that's blue and white, we will be a proud people and we will defend any attacks that come upon us. And it's not to be divisive, it's to be defensive. We're going to defend, rightfully so, because what you'll find from their good example of those people who have that country they recently established in the Middle East is when you're constantly making sure that people know if they attack, you will defend, you will kill an ant with a sledgehammer, people are less inclined to attack. And it's important that we defend our cultural icons, our way of life. And we do, in fact, have a way of life. When he talks about language, because he's unsophisticated, he forgets to talk about dialect. The Black American has such an extraordinary dialect. You can go to the Czech Republic and you can hear people speaking in our English. They're not speaking mainstream English colloquially to each other. They're speaking the English of the Black American. Our culture is hugely influential. Are there detrimental parts? Absolutely. But we also can speak to the fact that we created rock and roll, we created jazz music, we created doo-wop, we created R&B, we created hip hop, and the list goes on longer than that. And then we can talk about our inventors. We can talk about people who are still living, who are legends like Dr. Ben Carson, who pioneered a method in separating occipitally conjoined craniospagus twins without them insanguinating. We are legendary. So no, you will not reduce our culture, especially when you come from a backwater that even compared to African countries is fairly despicable. And we don't talk to degrade you. We talk to just establish what is real. You guys are living in a backwater. And if the Black American were a nation, they'd have about $1 to $2 trillion in spending power. They'd be in the top 15 of countries on the planet Earth. So we will demand the respect that is due to us. And even despite saying all of that, I still have SAS in Africa, where we work on a couple fundamental things, one of which is ideology. The reason you have a guy like this Frank guy is because it's an ideology issue. It's a lack of respect for the self. And in him degrading us, he degrades himself. But we won't tolerate it. I yield the floor.
Go ahead, Pretty.
Funny enough, I disagree with True and I disagree with Saint, because I disagree that it's not relevant to bring up his culture or where he's from as he's speaking, because he's quite literally speaking from a place of ignorance. And that's the main thing. If ignorance is your driver, that's going to be problematic. If you don't approach a culture with curiosity and you believe you know more about that culture, especially what you've learned from YT people and YT media or white media, you are going to have an issue. You're going to come off as tone deaf. You're going to come off as ignorant, which is exactly what he did. As I said, he contradicted himself in his exact statement. But what I also disagree with is you can't call it disparaging if that's quite literally what you're doing. You're disparaging them. You said they're irrelevant and then relevant at the same time. You said they have no resources, but yet you enjoy the country. Like, it is this back and forth.
No, that's incorrect. You just misstated that. You said I said they're irrelevant and relevant at the same time. You'd have to clarify that.
Let me finish though. Thank you. Anyways, so you are contradicting yourself by saying it's not to disparage them. I love that. No. You are disparaging them, because what people do when they're typically xenophobic is you're the nice ones. But as soon as somebody makes me upset, I'm going to throw out every single xenophobic trope there is to throw out in order to offend you. And that is quite literally what you're doing, while also saying I have Black friends like the YT people do. So it's not, that is what you're doing, sir. So let's just call a spade a spade. If you want to disparage them this whole time, disparage them, but don't say you're not doing it while we see and hear you doing it. That's not honest.
Let's get into it. So you said xenophobic. What does xenophobic mean?
Finish up real quick by saying.
Okay, you took a break. I thought you were finished.
Another thing that's included in culture is hair. So whether or not I have it black, blonde, blue, purple, green, it's mine. And I'm going to do it with what I please. What's funny is you sat here today saying we have a dominant culture, while just last week you wanted to shame the fact that I had a blonde wig on my head. I will have every color on my head, and you don't get to tell me how Black I am.
I see. You're offended from last week. Now,
this yes, I am. I'm glad I was here to address you, because you I was not on the panel. So
very
yeah,
good.
Address you now that
you're offended from last week. That's extraordinary. I hate that you were angry for. You just said that you'd stop talking. You just said you would stop talking. Thank you very much. It's a shame that you had to be angry for an entire week. Next time you can DM me on IG. We can get that out. I don't want you to be mad for that long. Now, with regards to you having a blonde wig, I didn't address you directly because I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about an archetype, which is to say that our woman is so lost that she imitates the racial features of another group. It's really an embarrassment. And that's why we have to get you guys under control. You cannot be Black while wearing the racial features of Europeans. You're a Negropean, and it's bad. And that's why I have to address it. Now, I didn't talk directly to you because you don't matter. You see, you're representing something that is very common. So I spoke to the behavior. I wasn't there to insult you, but clearly you took it personally. And it was not intended, because you're lost. We can't fix you. But what we can do is we can deal with the young women and teach them that you are so extraordinary as a Black human being that you can do something no other woman can do. When your hair grows, it grows up toward the sun with life. It doesn't fall dead and dangle down like the Caucasians. You can do something no other woman can do, yet you choose to imitate them as though they are your superior. Who are they to imitate? No one. So when you defend the fact that you would like to damage your hair with heating treatments or with chemicals, no, I don't think it's good that you use those toxic chemicals. And I'm going to tell you to love yourself. And it's with the love that I give you that you react with anger, holding on to what has been pushed into you through colonialism and enslavement. And that's why you rage against me. You're the best example of an unruly, angry Black woman who rages against the very man that she says she wants to protect her and lead her. Now, there's that piece. Now I'm going to carry on to address your piece about culture. You mentioned xenophobic. Would you define that word real quick?
You got the definition, darling. Continue.
I just asked you politely.
No, I won't do labor for you. You can do it.
You just used the word. I just want to make sure we have a similar understanding. Would you mind defining xenophobic? I'm asking a word that you used. I'm just asking you to define it so we can make sure we're having the same conversation.
You can define it for yourself.
I see. So this is the immaturity. And this is the unruly nature. We're supposed to be having a conversation. Just to make sure that we're having the same conversation, I asked you to define the word because I had an eerie feeling that perhaps you misuse the word or misunderstand the word. And if that's the case, then that's why you would misunderstand what I'm saying.
How about you
And when
define
you
it? Let's see.
1 second, when you confront me with so much anger and viciousness,
No, you
yet
interrupted
you're
me
not
while I was
confident
talking.
enough to define the words that you
interrupted me
use.
while I was talking, so I made sure you understood.
You're interrupting right now. May I complete a sentence?
No, I'm
just pointing out the.
way you interrupted me.
May I complete a sentence? Thank you. I'm just pointing out that you're so confident, yet not confident enough to define a word that you used. And
No.
this is a clear expose. You sat there, you saw me on the panel. You're like, I'm gonna get my revenge because he mentioned black women wearing white women's hair. I mean, that's not even the current topic. So already we see that you're engaged on something else. But I like this topic because this is an important thing to deal with. And we have to deal with the fact that a lot of you behave like animals. And no, I won't stand for it. And I'll continue saying exactly what I said. And I mean every bit of it. And you're a lost female. And are you married? Are you married to the father of your child?
Oh, you think I'm going to answer your questions about my personal life? Well,
I'll answer the same question. The reason you won't answer it is due to shame. My grandmother always said, when you feel ashamed, you have to hide. The truth will set you free. The truth will set you free. If you ask me, Marquette, are you with the mother? Are you with the mother of your children? I'm just asking you politely. You can say yes or no. You can say yes or no.
Let me make myself very, very clear.
Why won't you answer the question?
Are
you ashamed?
When someone intends,
you're ashamed. That's a pity.
To a point to where they quite literally paused their substream of our mainstream while they were supposed to be listening to the white woman being anti-black to speak about the wig. So no chemicals involved. I had on my head for 10 minutes of your stream to the point where you did not even finish streaming because you went into speaking about every single aboriginals and all the archetypes of people with blonde hair and how black
are you with the father of your child?
All of this and that.
Are you with the father of your child?
You were a little bit triggered by the fact that I was wearing a blonde wig, sir.
Are you with the father of your child?
You want to speak about prioritizing, and
I want to speak about the black family. Are you with the father of your child?
Wearing a Peter Miller knockoff.
Wigs are not important. Are you with the father of your child?
Leather tufted couch to try to act like you are.
Are you with? This is not a couch. This is a chair. Are you the father of? Are you with the father of your child?
Idolizing white culture, sir.
Here's a funny thing. You're talking about my chair. You're talking about I'm bald. That's cool. But the most important thing is family. Are you with the father of your child? I can change chairs. I can change chairs. Are you with the father of your child?
Your entire bloodline, all your children and your wife combined.
Are you with the father of your child?
What I want to tell you is next time you want to come for me, make sure
you don't have. I'm not coming for you. Just calm down. Are you with the father of your child?
For 10 minutes.
Are you with the father of your child?
My hair.
Are you with the father of your child?
Time and money speaking about my hair than.
Are you with the father of your child? That's all I'm asking.
Let me go ahead and say this.
Why won't you just say simply yes or no? Why are you so ashamed?
Labor on your own.
I'll answer any question that you ask me. Can we be honest here? You're ashamed.
Xenophobia on your own.
You're ashamed.
By yourself.
You don't care about any of the things you said. You don't care about me being bald. You don't care about my couch.
Saint and Pretty, if y'all don't mind, right? We just want to move it forward, right? So I think that question won't be answered, Saint. But if I read the definition of xenophobia, can you respond to that and then get a response to true?
No, sir. I'll tell you why. Because you're not the one who used the word xenophobia. She's the one who used the word xenophobia. And if we're being honest here, if someone uses a word and a person engaging in dialogue says define the word, it's completely valid. Because I'm making an effort to understand you. But it's in her anger that she refuses to define the very word that she used. And what I'm explaining to her is that the behavior I'm observing from her is that of an unruly black woman. And it does not come from this conversation. It comes. Why are you interrupting? Ma'am, calm down.
Pretty, let him just finish and then you can get an unadulterated response. And then we gotta move forward.
So angry. So very angry.
Just condense it real quick and then we'll get her.
That's why I know that you're not with the father of your child because of this behavior. And that's why you're scared to say, no, Marquette, I'm not with the father of your child, because you're only going to validate that everything I say is accurate. You're living the unfortunate archetype that I've pointed out, whereas I'm living at the level that I represent. You can talk about my chair. You can talk about my custom handmade suit. But I'm talking about family. I'm talking about your family. The truth of your family is sad. My chair can be very sad. I'll just go get a new chair. But the truth of your broken family is very sad. And the fact that you're so ashamed of your bad behavior, you won't tell the truth. You're scared of the truth.
Go ahead.
Answer. Are you with the father of your child?
Your family.
No, don't try to flip it. It's too late. We've already heard you ignore the question. Go ahead, answer. Go ahead.
We need to
Pretty, it's safe to say you're not going to answer that question. You're not going to define xenophobia, right? And
I'll answer the question though.
Either.
If she answers, I'll answer.
Okay, so this part.
Why is she scared of the truth? How could you trust someone who doesn't like the truth?
Because saying we just a little bit off topic, right? So I think this topic has so much value. We just want to make sure we can redirect. You know. Now, True, Pretty. If I'm not mistaken, I thought you had maybe Saint did also a response to what True said in terms of the worldview aspect. You know, because True, when I heard that, it seemed like he pigeonholed culture to the things that he thought was suitable, like language and worldview. The reason why I didn't think Saint was disparaging them, Pretty, is because he gave us context to where they're doing in terms of what he said about worldview. So when he made it about worldview, now we got to see how successful is Benin in terms of finances and etc. Right? Because if you guys read this book by Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, the colonization happened to them too. And did they bounce back from it? Are they acting very similarly to people that have been conquered? And so when we assessed them, when he gave us all that information, it goes directly into the person on the clip's worldview point, you know? So I thought that information was valuable, even though it can be salacious depending on the ears hearing it.
DJ, can I thank you for acknowledging that? I really appreciate that, because when I was speaking the facts. Talked about the population of Benin, their major export crop, their political history, their accomplishment as being one of the first democracies in Africa, but now destabilized due to a coup. Everything I spoke about was factual, which if you juxtapose that to what Frank said, it was anecdotal at best. And so I don't even think that Pretty thought that what I was saying was disparaging. I think that's not what she thought. That's how she felt. Because as you mentioned, everything I said was based on the data. And then I gave the data on the African-American side, meaning if we were comparing Black Americans as a nation to Benin, we'd find that by far we'd be a superior nation in terms of population, cultural influence, spending power, and much else. I yield the floor and I thank you.
Indeed. But go ahead, True, because I think that is a response to you, kind of True. And I know Pretty wanted to respond to you as well, but I'm not sure if she did. But go ahead, True, and then Pretty, you could go, and then let's get Luck and Bo. Bo, where you come from? What's up? If you don't mind, go ahead, True, and then I think Pretty wanted to say something as well. What's up, Luck?
I appreciate the context being delivered because I think that is very beneficial in this conversation. But what I received from him speaking from a worldview perspective is that from an American perspective, we have a worldview. So I felt that was accurate to just utilize that. And for whatever reason, we went and danced off on a whole bunch of other things, almost to be offended. I don't think that we should be offended. America is one of the most dominant superpowers to date, period. But Americans don't also have a face. There is no face of Americans. It is a continent. It is a culture. It is an attitude. It is a perspective. So we're defining now being Black Americans. If you're going to leave this country, you're going to have an American passport. You represent a nation. So I think from that standpoint, we were being intellectually dishonest, almost to see that there was an energy between the Africans and the African Americans, which I personally don't share that sentiment. And I'll land there.
Okay. Pretty, I know you want to say something. And then let's get Luck, Bo. I know Sweeney been chilling. Shan hasn't spoken in a while. I'm just stepping in right now until JR, move me out the way or whatever.
Yeah. And I want to be very quick because I didn't inherently disagree with the factual parts of what Saint was saying. That's why I said I disagreed with True and I agreed with the factual parts of what Saint was saying. But when you say things like dirty roads and trying to dress like us and you're literally calling them dirty feet, dirty road, these are disparaging statements. Like, let's be real. So that's why I simply said, hey, don't say it's not disparaging if that's what it is, right? Like it's as simple as that. That was my only critique of what he said because everything he said was factually sound.
Saint, you got a quick rebuttal?
Dirty roads. I said dirt roads. And in fact, my plantation is on a dirt road as well. So I didn't say dirty roads. I said dirt roads, which is a big difference. And furthermore, have you been to Cotonou?
Why are you trying to get to know me, Saint?
We're talking about Benin and the capital.
Why are you trying to get to know me? You're asking me all these personal questions. I'm not understanding this.
No, that's not a personal question. This is actually relevant to the subject matter.
My baby father, my marriage,
my
husband.
I just asked you if you.
Come on.
I merely asked you if you've been to the place that we're discussing, because I said dirt roads and you said dirty roads. And I think maybe you heard dirty roads because you're more familiar with that in the West. Whereas I'm speaking of a place that has dirt roads. And maybe that's how you misunderstood. And the reason I asked if you've been there, because then it would give you a greater perspective. Because
I fully understand what dirt roads are.
You don't have to keep. You don't. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
No. You're the one.
Calm down. You don't have to keep.
You're the one who just yelled. Just
calm down. You don't have to keep interrupting.
Tell me to calm down.
You're talking. It's not your turn.
You don't have to.
I have the floor. They're saying you're triggered in the chat. Just calm down for a second.
I don't care what the chat says.
So my point is this, that when I make reference and say that they emulate us, but they're a poorer version, it's factual. And this is expressed in the per capita income being a huge drop off between ours and theirs. And so, yes, it's true that they emulate us, but it's not just them. The Armenians emulate us. The Latinos emulate us. And so I'm saying when they emulate us, they're a poorer version. It's fairly bad. Just like if you emulate a white woman and wear a blonde wig, it's going to look not as good as hers because hers is the real deal. And that's just merely descriptive. I'm not saying you do. I'm just giving an analogy. I'm just giving an analogy, madam. You don't have to interrupt me again. This is like the third interruption while I'm speaking. I'll just yield the floor.
Yeah.
So true. One thing that Singh had said when you were replying was kill an ant with a sledgehammer, and he referenced like Anti-Defamation League. They literally don't let anything slide. Right. And so I think that point was pretty well made also. Sweeney, you want to get in? Okay. Well, salute, man. I love you. I ain't seen you in a month for Sundays. Hope all is well. Luck, you there? Just trying to go in order. Okay. Luck took a nap. Bo, what's popping? You on mute, Bo.
Okay. Jeez. Hi.
Hey.
I'm trying to get context because I came in at a really special time, so I'm trying to figure out where we are right now.
Okay, so let's do this then, if you don't mind. Shan been chilling for a minute, so maybe if Shan comes off mic, then she could bring.
Yeah, no, I think that everybody said. I've agreed with a little bit of what everybody has said. I wish we can have an honest conversation, though. I wish the guy was not from Africa, so we can take that part out, so we can have a conversation amongst African Americans about it. Because I think we get so attached to that part that we're not able to have a conversation that needs to be had. So, but I will continue. I'm pretty sure there's more to come, and I'll jump in. But that part is,
Okay, 100%. But one thing that the gentleman has said was music, that those food and things of that nature aren't a part of culture, right? Pretty read the definition of culture, and it includes those things. He was mentioning worldview, how people essentially like how well they're doing financially. Do they have a language? That's what defines a person's culture. What do you think about that part of the clip?
I think that I think my definition would be more so of what Pretty stated, along with values and all of those things. But it would be interesting to see. I think that we're just divided. I think that we, even if you ask everybody on the panel what they think the African American culture is, we probably all have difference of opinion on what that looks like. But because we're all pretty intellectual, we'll probably say the same thing: Black excellence. But does everybody start with that? Just that's the part. I think we may all see that, but
okay. Now I get concerned with culture, the definition being colloquial, or only the connotation being focused on, right? We should focus on the denotation of culture and then go from there. If we all get to define it how we want, it's like having two quarterbacks. Oh, well, y'all don't play football. If you have two quarterbacks, you have no quarterback, essentially.
So I would like to hear everybody's definition. What do they see? What's our culture?
Bo, I think Bo just got here. If she want to go.
So I think that we don't realize that a lot of what our culture actually is, we actually hate about it. Like the things that we hate are the things that our culture actually is. The way we communicate, we can communicate with no words. We can communicate with words that don't mean like that means something completely different than what that word. Like our form of communication is very unique because we could not, back in those times, we could not say the words that we needed to say to each other. So we developed a new way of communicating. A lot of nonverbals. A lot of these faces that we tend to make, like Pretty and I communicate on the panel with faces. We know what we're saying to each other. And a lot of what you all hate about that is what you should admire, because we have developed a system to communicate. Our music, we have developed all of the music. We have done all of the things, our clothes, and you all hate twerking. Y'all love it and y'all hate it. Because y'all like all of it and then y'all hate it. Y'all want to demonize it when it suits you. But our body movements are very unique. That is a culture. It seems like every single thing that Black people hate about themselves, that is what our culture actually is. The way we revere our elders, our religion, you know, whether you agree or not, whether you like it or don't, we keep those traditions. There are a lot of pre-slavery things that are still inside of the church because they had to hide these things inside of certain movements and words and all of that, so that the little white people didn't know what we was doing. So we kept a lot of our traditions from the motherland, and we put it into our religion where they couldn't understand it. Like we do so many things now that we don't know where it comes from. And I think that you all would I think that you all could benefit from reading and just, you know, being knowledgeable about what your history is so that you can understand and appreciate what your actual culture is, because we have a very rich culture.
Hey, I want to ask Saint and Kiana a question. I took exception with AAEV. I was looking at a couple different studies, right? And I was looking at fourth graders particularly. And it looked like Latino, it was from Cambridge, Latino kids in fourth grade were reading at 7 percentage points higher than so-called Black American children, right? I know Saint had mentioned the dialect AAEV, and I just want to get Kiana's input as well, right? But I took exception with it because I'm seeing it conflicting with the standard English that they're being taught in schools, and therefore the kids are failing. So if we're teaching them Ebonics or AAEV in our houses, right, I'm seeing it have a negative correlation to the schooling because that's not what they're teaching at the schools.
Mm-hmm. That's factual. I would say that's factual. Just on, you look at someone who's an immigrant and comes to the United States, they have a certain dialect or, you know, language that they speak within the home. Now they enter schooling and they realize, okay, how we spoke at home is not how I'm going to be able to write this essay in school. And since it takes time and energy to actually be enmeshed in a culture and learn the language, especially with school, because even outside of school, there's things you would say in a social setting that you wouldn't say in school when you're writing that essay. So I could see why the reading and the language is having issue within school atmospheres, because it's somewhat unfamiliar.
Okay. Saint, I thought I heard you had mentioned it. Apologize if I
Yes,
heard
sir.
it. Okay.
And number one, shout out to you. You're moderator extraordinaire. You're doing a phenomenal job at that. And it's not easy. So, and I'm just going to say African American vernacular English, just because when you first said that, I was kind of like, wait, what? And just so for the audience.
I was trying to be accurate with the acronym.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Number one, it's a real thing, but it's a dialect and it really should be private. And there are a lot of times that it should not be used. So when I see people in my comments, I always tell them, you write in the Queen's English in my comments. Anytime you're writing properly, because African-American vernacular English, it is a spoken thing. It's a verbal, it's a speech culture. It's not supposed to be written. And furthermore, when you're writing it, you're only ensuring that you're practicing mechanics, grammar mechanics that are going to cause you to not be able to get a job.
Okay.
So we're a subculture. We're not the mainstream culture, and we have to respect that. Furthermore, when people call me the N-word, I kind of be like feeling offended. Like if I don't know you and you call me the N-word, like wait, what? I'm damn near offended. But if you my mans, I'm like, mine, you know what I'm saying? It's a different feel. And so when I teach them, don't ever write it. Only speak it to those you're familiar with and in the appropriate context. And one thing was noted about culture earlier, I think one of the ladies said it, is that culture comes from, far back and it takes time to create. It can take time to create, but it can also be created today, and it can also be created quickly. And one thing I want to note, and I do have to head out, and so I just want to thank everyone for allowing me to be here. But this weekend, the reason I have to head out is because my house is actually full. We have some lovely Black women here who are preparing a meal for this weekend. I'm hosting Saints Weekend, which is a holiday that we took Christmas and we took New Year's and we smashed them together. We pulled out the paganism. We pulled out the fat white guy who delivers gifts, and we're making it something that's an authentic reflection of the year past, plan for the year upcoming, and then we give each other feedback. And we're going to fill up the house with people and do that. We also made an album for it called Saints Weekend Volume 1. And why? Because music is a part of culture. Holidays are a part of culture. How you do things is a part of culture. So we're creating culture now, today, deliberately. And you had mentioned something about like low parts of Black culture, which we're ashamed of. One thing I'm well known for is talking about the Black man. Pull up your pants, speak clear English, be a strong leader, be honorable, be masculine. And I talk about the man and the woman, and those are things we have to fix. So I acknowledge the high and low culture. We have high Black culture and we have low Black culture, but right now we're in the process of building. And that's what I'm headlong in. And I appreciate all of you guys for giving me the platform. And again, a special shout out to you. You've been a great moderator. And I think you guys know anytime I show up, apparently if we got some unruly women on here, it's going to be an issue. So thank you for navigating that well, and peace to the saints.
Be safe.
So here's the thing, right? We're not going to just allow someone to be directly disrespectful and then run, right? So that's exactly what you're doing. What you're attempting to do is have the last word. There was no one that was disrespectful to you here. We're simply calling out your behavior that is contradictory. On one side of the token, you speak about the supremacy of Black culture, and on the other side, you shame the women who make that culture. And this is always the part that is interesting about this dynamic. Every single thing, when you talk to an FBA, every single thing about Black culture that they want to protect is the Black male part. And then as soon as you get to the part with the Black woman, that's the part that they want to disparage. That's the part that they want to make the scapegoat. That's the part that they want to sacrifice, right? So if y'all want to allow him to do that, y'all can allow him to do that. But that's exactly what he did. Once again, he threw out every single trope that he thought was negative. I'm not answering him. I have one daughter and I'm a married woman. My daughter is with my husband, but I'm not answering that question for you. Who are you? You're nobody, right? You don't have a family. So here's when we have this conversation. You threw out the trope that you thought I was a single mom. I had no hair, so I had to wear the white woman's hair. Last time I checked, no Black woman wears Alabama Yaki. We don't buy bundles of that, okay? That's not what we buy, okay? We don't wear white women's hair. That is exactly what is done every time we have a pro-Black conversation. And that is what happened here last week. A white woman was in the room. We were all together. The white woman left. We dogpiled on the Black woman. That's exactly what happened again in this conversation, and I'm going to call it out. So that's not angry and unruly. That's what pro-Black is.
I don't think that you can take that position and say that you were dogpiled amongst all people on this panel. I think that you and Saint,
I was not dogpiled last week. That's not what I'm talking about. I was
okay. Well, you made a reference to there being an attack on Black women. I don't agree with you. I think that you and Saint had some exchanges of words, and that's fine. You guys kind of dominated the conversation amongst the panel. So I just think that's your personal gripe, but I hear you.
No, what I said was he was speaking of Black supremacy. When he was speaking about Black culture, it's wealth, opportunity. If it were to be a nation, Then he immediately went to disparage Black women and speak about baby mothers, wigs, dancing, twerking, unruly behavior. That is what I'm speaking about. I didn't say all Black men on this panel did that. What I said was that he did that while professing to be pro-Black, while professing Black American supremacy. I'm pointing out the contradiction.
Okay, fair.
All right, let's go get Lucky in there.
Respectfully, every time I came back, somebody was going back and forth. So I just kind of want to catch up on the actual topic. Hey, y'all.
All right.
What's up,
Well,
bro?
I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip. Sweeney sent me a video he want me to play, so I'm gonna go ahead and play it. Is that cool, Sweeney? Ready? All right.
Then it said that Africa and Kenya, and that's the only thing I can know. I can't know nothing other than your VPN. So don't talk to me about, well, they relocated. No, that ain't who it is. I don't care. Why are we talking about all of this ADOS history? When you go there, there's a lot of ADOS history. Why are we talking about that? I don't understand why we're having a conversation about ADOS history, American descendants of chattel slavery in this country, slavery, the institution of slavery. Why are you, if you are in Kenya somewhere, why are we having this conversation? I don't understand why you are having this conversation. And people kept trying to get mad at me about it. Like, because I don't understand why Africans would prefer to tell their own, to tell our story instead of their own story, unless there's something more attractive, unless there's something more liberating, unless there's something more courageous about our story than your story. Why are y'all on this app faking to be Negroes and talking about Negro history unless there's something about our story that you find more moving, right? That gets more traction, that gets more attention than your story. Because Barack Obama didn't get no attention by being Kenyan and white. Barack Obama didn't get no attention by doing that. Barack Obama got attention by mimicking the cadence of MLK, right? By faking a Southern church accent, by faking a Southern Negro accent. He didn't bring nothing from Kenya into that. There was nothing Kenyan about what he used to get the ADOS vote. Well, he went into that church and he faked that accent. He faked the Negro accent. So maybe in this country there is something, and maybe around the world there is something about us that you find attractive. There's something about us that moves souls. That's what the church is about. That's what the ADOS church in this country has always been about. Maybe you need to get honest about what it is about us that is so attractive to people around the world, and why you don't get as much traction when you do stuff based on your own country. And instead of just doing this Twitter stuff, maybe you need to get some of that in you and do the stuff you need to do in your own country. Because y'all have dictators, y'all have despots, just like we got them over here. Maybe there's something you can learn instead of something you can just grift from. Maybe. I mean, maybe that is something that you need to give serious consideration to. And don't keep telling me that, well, Kenyan is black and it's all the same. We don't do flat blackness around here, and we ain't did it in a long time. That stuff is over with. We don't do that stuff no more. We understand it's different. We understand in ways that it doesn't resonate here.
All right, go ahead, Sweeney. Introduce this to us.
Oh, there's nothing to introduce. I think everything she said speaks for itself. I'm not about to sit here and try to defend black culture to nobody who ain't us. Who the fuck are y'all? Who the fuck is he? For me to tell you anything about what's going on over here, talk about your own shit. I don't get why every conversation got to be surrounded about what we do. Do your own shit. Talk about your own shit. Talk about your own problems. Why are y'all always talking about what we got going on over here? Leave us the fuck alone. That dude, that shit was ignorant, and you can tell he was ignorant. Shout out to one of the people in the chat. They brought up the fact that later on in that conversation, he said something about how white people don't form like Voltron. That's how I know you don't know shit about this country. Because white people form like Voltron all the time in this country. I would invite you to read a book called How the Irish Became White. How the Latinos became white. How the Italians became white.
The Chinese and Japanese.
They come together like Voltron all the time. And you know who they always come together like Voltron against? It always seems like they come together like Voltron against us. As long as you leave them Negroes over there alone, we'll fuck with you. You don't know that was a part of the GI Bill? Did y'all know that was a part of that was ingrained in the FHA Housing Act when they had people building developments and they told them that as you can get government money just so as long as you don't sell to black people. And then told them if a white person bought the house, they can't even resell it to black people.
It still doesn't speak to the culture. I really don't understand how just because this man made his commentary, I'm lost. I'm really trying to be edified and educated. What does that have to do amongst Americans? I think Shan said it about 20 minutes ago. If we were to ask what the culture is, we would have different answers and different responses. To me, that's what I heard. Not the fact that he's African, not the fact that their country sucks.
True. Why does it matter?
Why does what matter?
Why does it matter? Who the heck? Why do we have to come to him and tell and define what our culture is to somebody that is not of it? We don't have to explain shit to him. Why do we have to have a conversation about black culture? We know what we do. We know how we move. I know that there ain't a city in this country that I can't go to that I don't understand the people in that city. Not one. I don't care if I'm going to Memphis, LA, Chicago, Jackson, Mississippi, New Orleans. It doesn't matter what city I go to. I know the people in that city. I can communicate with them. I can talk to them. And we can nearly have almost identical ideology. Why is it that we have to explain to this man in the world what our culture is?
Can I answer that?
Go ahead.
Even though I just got here, so I don't know the video. Why is it so defensive for us to just answer a question? I think that if people want to know, maybe it's because looking at us as a collective, they can't put their finger on it.
Who cares?
We should care, though. We should care that we are not identified as something that we can get along with. Why are we so defensive to identify ourselves?
Why do we care? Why should we care?
Why don't you care?
Because it ain't their business.
But it's our business, and we want to be on the same page.
I don't have to discuss our business with them. I don't have to
check your mic. Just make sure it's in. Go ahead, Luck.
Go
ahead, Luck.
Can y'all hear me
No,
now?
I just was answering because I can understand.
Yeah, it's good now. Go ahead, Luck. You got it.
I can understand that, but I was just having a different conversation because I agree with True, the fact that we can't define it. So if we're all black here, always going back and forth, passing blame on various things to keep us further apart, we should at least be able to, when somebody come in here that's an other, to question us, we should be able to all stand on one accord and say what we are. The fact that we can't, our first response shouldn't be defensive because we can't unify and respond correctly. That shows ignorance to me.
And Bo has said something that I now this thing I am ignorant in. Are like weaves and stuff like that? Is that black culture? Like, is that accepted as black culture? But like particularly like the weave stuff, because that was a point of contention. Is that defined as a part of black culture? Like wearing, whether it be the weave or the eyelashes, like is that considered a part of black culture?
It's a part of culture. How you groom yourself is a part of culture. Grooming is culture. Black culture, I mean, when it comes to cornrows, braids, feed-ins, just all of the different styles that Black women do, the fact that you can't really find a picture of us 10 years apart with the same hairstyle, that's a part of our culture. It's a part of how we shift ourselves. It's a part of our grooming practices. So I guess if you want to ask our eyelashes Black culture, that really sounds myopic, but is grooming how we groom ourselves Black culture? Yeah.
Okay. So this will be a yes or no question, because I agree with grooming. I'm talking about weave specifically. Are you saying yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other ladies, because I don't wear weave. My daughters don't wear weave, just in terms of my prescriptions. But would you guys consider that a part of Black culture, like the weave in the hair and all that?
I could say it's been integrated into it, since wigs have a long history of being seen as a sign of being upper echelon. I think that's more a classist cultural symbol that we've carried into our current culture. Because if you think about it, a chick who goes and gets 30 inches, and it's in a way, it's to flaunt that she has the money to spend on that hair. And I think it's just integrated as a sign of wealth. Just like we have a lot of things that have been integrated into our culture that are not necessarily from our culture. But I mean, isn't that the whole point of having a growing culture, is integrating different things into it and then enmeshing that into the lives of everyone involved and passing it down?
Integration, tough, but development of the things that you create organically, yes. But just adopting other people's stuff, I don't know if that then bolsters my culture.
Well, I don't think that. I mean, you look at the Victorian era. I don't know if in Africa they were wearing wigs in the Victorian era and eras before that. I just know that. So, which is why I said it's not something that we necessarily created. I don't know the origin of that. If anyone else does, that would be great to know. But as far as I'm concerned, it is a part of our culture, our hair culture, and art. Hair is art, especially in Black culture. So if hair is art, then art is an artist culture, then yeah, it's inherently a part of our culture.
Okay.
It may not, as I said though before, it may not be respected by others and valued. So others devalue it and say, we don't consider that culture, so that is not a part of your culture.
I guess what I would like to see and maybe even know is, what do we monopolize? Because hair is biology. Hair's not culture. The representation of how it's styled maybe could belong to culture, but everybody grows hair on every part of this planet. So it's not definitive. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. We keep taking things. People eat food, people dance, people dress themselves, people style themselves. That happens everywhere, but you can clearly differentiate someone who's maybe from Asia compared to maybe America, and you start chopping it up. We belong in a country that has no face. We're Black people in a country that has everybody here. And then we're saying Black culture, and I'm a Black man, and I'm trying to understand, what is it, first of all, the defensive nature for someone to question, well, what is Black culture? And all we're saying is, we don't got to explain ourselves to you. It's a non-starter. It makes no sense. We should be able to stand on something and say, this is what it is. But what I hear a lot of times is pain. We start talking about inventions. We start talking about things that we contributed to the nations in the world, in this country. Fair, but there's still no monopoly, because we don't own entertainment. We are entertainers, but we do not produce entertainment for the most part. We don't monopolize there. So what, again, would be Black culture? And
before we do that, could you give a parallel to another culture that has a monopoly on something specific, just so we could kind of know exactly where to go with that?
Absolutely. Germans are known for their ingenuity in their manufacturing practices in the automobile industry. Hands down.
Monopoly, though.
Huh?
No, monopoly. Yeah, that's not a monopoly.
Yeah. When it comes to high-end manufacturing in that particular sector,
every country has that.
No.
Every country,
there's no way that's a monopoly. Toyota sells more.
Every country, pretty much modern country has a luxury version of a car, or a performance version of a car. Every last one of them.
Yeah. Italians,
including here.
Would an example maybe be like Saudi Arabia has like a monopoly on oils, the Middle East has a monopoly on oil, that's resource based, but that's
No, that's
No,
not that's not a
monopoly.
we
culture. That's
produce
just
more.
resources that so happen to be there, and it's not a monopoly
Well,
either.
I
The
mean that was
Caribbean
based
is
on
going hard right
monopoly.
now with that.
I'm speaking.
Because
Go ahead.
I think True asked a question that wasn't really relevant to the idea of culture. Like, you don't need a monopoly for something to be a culture. Culture is customs, as we said, customs, traditions, practices, beliefs. Like,
And
that's
art.
culture. And art, yeah, it doesn't have to do with a monopoly. Like, most times, customs are also shared. Like,
But
if you're,
there should be a differentiation, and that's what I'm
yes, but
struggling.
not a monopoly.
Okay, maybe monopoly wasn't the proper word, but I believe that I'm trying to communicate what we may understand what I'm alluding to, or maybe I need to do a better job. What is it that we are known for as Black Americans?
Expression, which is why we're used by other cultures to sell what they're trying to get, because we're good at expressing it. So wigs and everything, every other culture does it, but it's not until we do it, it becomes hyper whatever. It can be pink braids, would be this if a white person wear it as fashion. However, we set the trends and change the culture. So whatever we do, we make ghetto look good, whatever it is, we do it what we have, whether it's drag culture that has been incorporated in how we style ourselves, our hair, our makeup. We monopolize in spreading the culture and expression. So we are the people that they use to sell their products because we're good tap dancing niggas,
Representatives.
for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And I also think another part when it comes to education and paving the way and creating space in places where there's no space, that's something that's true for Black Americans. There's something very unique about Black American culture. And for me on the outside looking in, it's different from being on an island where it's all Black people. Black Americans have been able to create spaces where quite literally they were trying not to give them space. Like historically, Black colleges and universities, even being able to create universities and educational institutions to where Black people could learn when they were being pushed out of PWIs. That is something that is such an integral part of Black culture that should be honored. And that is a monopoly, because what other Black country has created because they didn't have to? So that is quite literally something that is a monopoly and very, 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 very unique to Black culture here.
Yeah, to that point, resistance, influence, and ingenuity are also
And
parts.
creation. I like that. Freddie.
Creativity. Yep.
And anything else they hid from us and said they created, that too.
Do you think Black people are the most cosplayed in the world?
Yes.
For sure. For sure. Globally. Absolutely.
Is that good? Is that substantive true in your estimation?
Yeah, and thank you for that. I think that from that perspective, I think we can build, because those are very definitive characteristics and traits that I would say that, yeah, universally we are that. Like Sweeney said, from every region of America, you're gonna see that spirit exist if there's us that are involved in that mix. So I agree.
I did want to speak on the whole hair thing. Being a barber, and I just want to ask you this specifically, DJ Kemp. Have your daughter ever wore braids?
Which one? You know, I got a lot of daughters.
Like box braids?
Yeah.
Like the ones that come down to like mid back or something like that?
Like yeah.
That's weave, bro.
Oh, that is weave.
Like, I think yes, for a specific period of time, Black women had to emulate white culture and straighten their hair because that's the best way they could get a job. However, the way it's done today has nothing to do with the satisfaction of any other group. I would tell y'all this, specifically speaking on Black men. A Black woman straightening her hair is no different than a man brushing his head so hard, so long that his hair lays along his scalp. Because our hair also grows up away from our scalp, but we tame our hair all the time. We brush it, put a do-rag on, let it stick on there, put fucking Murray's grease in that bitch until it doesn't move. Like, and that's just another form of trying to manipulate your hair to be more palatable. We even cut our how often have you heard people tell black men to cut their hair so they can look better in proper society? Matter of fact, I'm gonna be honest with you, the natural wave, and I'm a barber. I can tell y'all this. This didn't take off until black people became more confident in our hair. Before that, it was always cut your hair, cut your hair. That ain't gonna look right. Get rid of them locks. Don't nobody want to see that nappy shit on your head. But now, guess what everybody is doing? Now you got curl sponges to make your hair nappy again.
Not make hair nappy again.
Okay. So you're saying that there's not one-to-one equivalencies, but things that you bring into our attention that are very similar, if not the same as the weaves.
Yes.
That we do on a daily as men.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I would say this, I'm gonna be honest with you. A black woman that wears black women with blonde hair don't look like white women with blonde hair. It's thicker. It's clearly thicker. You know what I mean? It don't. I've never seen a black. Even if just go to the beauty supply store right now, and none of that shit feels like white hair. Unless you're a white woman, and unless you grab the little clip ins and shit like that, because white women also wear weaves to lengthen to add length to their hair. Most black women use the wigs and stuff to protect their hair. Sometimes it's a bad thing. Sometimes it can be a good thing. Heat isn't necessarily bad for your hair either. So for Saint to say that, heat isn't necessarily bad. It's used to manipulate your hair.
But I thought if they straighten it too much, it don't kink back up.
No, it's only if you put too high of a heat on there, it don't kink back up.
I don't know. Hey, listen, I got a wife.
Hey, look,
so she do all that shit. I don't know nothing about hair. I'm asking genuine questions.
It's a balance.
You know?
It's not something that you don't prep every day.
No, because I've seen it the way it won't coil back up. You know, if they straighten it too much, I thought that was a thing. So,
but I mean, it's basically just their
training.
Sometimes black women want to wear their hair straight. Sometimes they want to wear it curly. Sometimes they want to wear it in an afro. Sometimes they want to have two puff balls. Just like sometimes we want the afro. Sometimes we want braids. Sometimes we want a fade. Sometimes we want a line drawn through our head. Sometimes we want the hot top goddamn Gumby on our head. Sometimes we want the big ass afro. It just depends on what a motherfucker feeling at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
We manipulate our hair. They manipulate their hair. I can tell you the type of hair that I don't like. I don't like the cartoonish look, but that's my own personal preference. But I don't have a problem with our women wearing weaves. I just don't like a certain type of weave.
No, isn't this why Sweeney Luck was on your ass earlier about that? Who cares what they think? Because now that you had offerings, now we learned. Well, at least I'm learning. Let me speak for myself. I'm gonna go act like I know some more shit to my wife when I go upstairs because what you told me. You know what I'm saying? So, like, isn't this the reason, right, Luck, why you gotta say something? Like, you don't just let people say. Otherwise, what they say becomes the truth, right?
I will say this. The reason why I said who cares to specifically, especially people like him, is because that's the video we started with, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now it is what he was doing was very bad faith. He wasn't inquiring on what goes on among actually being trying to, because you want to know what black culture is, immerse yourself in it. Go be around black people. That's the fastest way to learn about us. Just like how do we learn about other cultures? We either read up and study on them, or you go over there and you immerse yourself in the culture. You don't jump online and start demanding. You tell me what your culture is. Because that's disingenuous. That's not a person trying to find out, trying to learn who we are. He's just talking shit. That's why I said I didn't care, or why that's why we shouldn't explain. But somebody who comes in and want to be amongst us and wants to learn us, all fine. Hey, come over, come learn about hip hop, come learn about how we cook, come learn about our food, come learn about our music, come learn about our hair. If you want to immerse yourself and be genuine, that shit wasn't what they're talking about. I don't have to explain myself to him. I don't believe we need to have a panel defending ourselves to somebody that's disingenuous. Come be around us. You said that man, I guarantee you done traveled all over the world. You can go wherever you want in this world. I guarantee you he don't come amongst us enough, because because the people who do immerse themselves in our culture and really talk to us and really be around us, they don't speak like that.
Okay. So we got JR has a clip queued up. Any condensed final thoughts on this particular point?
Yeah. When they say, when y'all can get in, I had a question when you say just be around Black folks. I'm sure we all up here don't live the same or follow the same type of quote unquote traditions. So they could be around a Candace Owens type of Black folks where most Black people are anti Candace Owens, or they can be around a Steve Harvey. They could be around a Sexy Red. If we're all not on the same page to follow, and anybody can cosplay and say, hey, vote for me, my hair is Black, and sit down with Kiki Palmer and we just, hey, go for her. It's like anybody can just be immersed. Like we had a Pearly fiasco over and over. They can just come around and just, okay, and then we want to be pro-Black, but then we not around each other. We can't get on the same page in front of these same people that watch us. So it's like, that's how we always get infiltrated, by letting others come hang out with us, cosplay what we don't know, and then say, oh yeah, I'm Black too. But then if they say nigga, we got a problem. So it's like, I don't know.
Real quick, Sweeney, I don't think that the next clip is going to derail us. Let's get the clip in so we could be thinking about that while you respond to Luck. And I know Pretty put a hand up too. JR, can you roll the clip, please?
I began to talk about why Haitians can fix Haiti, because you don't have Haitians. You have just a country forcefully imposed upon you a citizenship, but you are from different places in Africa. But right now, if you go somewhere, you would speak Creole, and somebody would say, oh, that is Haitian. That's what I meant. Not putting them on any pedestal.
So they have a language.
They created one.
So you want to say,
and it's not even useful in any because it's not an international language.
So they took French and made Creole, right? Is what you're saying?
Spanish, French, and then over 200 African tribal languages into one.
But Americans would say that they took English and made their own language as well.
And what is that?
I mean, it's a broken version of English, but it's still something that we could speak to that's specifically to us.
What language is that?
I mean, it's English.
He's talking about
what does
talking about
Ebonics.
AAVE, African American Vernacular English. The same way, for example,
I think I've heard. Yes, when I came to this country in 1994, I had a debate on my campus about Ebonics.
Right.
Now,
Same thing.
yeah, and somebody corrected me. I think it was my professor. Said no. If you say Ebonics, there is no one collective Ebonics.
Correct.
You have to go into pockets. If the person is from the north, the south, the central, they created their own style around it. So I understand that part. That didn't even qualify as a subculture. So let me give you, Jamaicans don't have a culture. When you say the country Jamaica, no, that is not identifiable as a culture. But the Rastafarians have a culture. Now, let me explain what I mean by worldview. The Rastafarians' worldview is that men were put on earth to take care of nature. Okay, that wealth you have to create more than consume. So they live a frugal life. So politically, they are pacifists. They will never go to war. Socially, they're communal and what we call Epicurean. They believe getting high, eat some food, and have deep conversation is what life is about. And then religiously, they are Rastafarians. Hippies are the Western version of a Rastafarians. They also had a worldview. And that dictated their relationship with wealth. The hippies believe that humans were put on earth to create and consume, and that living in community and being frugal as to wearing the most inexpensive clothing and using things together is what life is all about. So it guided how you see them dress, where they shop from, why they marry, on and on and on. That's what I mean by any society. If you want to understand them, it's the worldview. The Jews believe that.
Okay. So I think he just expounded on the earlier points, if I'm not mistaken, right? True. He kind of just further tried to clarify. I didn't hear anything new per se.
Oh,
Unless anybody missed something. I may miss something. Go ahead, Pretty.
I'm gonna lose my cool in this conversation. Very triggering. I just think like it's an entire disregard. It's an entire disregard for everyone that's like descendants of slavery. I think it's very audacious. But one thing he said that stood out to me was he compared Creole and said Creole Haitians have a culture because they created a broken version of English in combination with Spanish. You could say the same thing about Jamaica that created a French in combination with Spanish. And Jamaicans created the same thing. And then especially if you go into say Louisiana, like there's a deep dialect. If you go into South Carolina with the Gullah Geechee, there's a deep, strong dialect that is hard to understand for even some other Black Americans. Also spoke about if you go to certain parts of the country, the AAVE sounds different, so that's indicative of a lack of culture. That's also not true, because when you're even in Haiti, if you go to Labadie versus Port-au-Prince, the dialects also sound different depending on where you are on that island. So none of the comparatives that he's making, like from Haiti to Jamaica to the US, makes sense, other than the fact that he clearly values what Haitians have done and has disregarded what anyone else has done.
Sweetie, did you want to do the response to Luck?
Oh no, I'm good. We can move on. I ain't going.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, Marcus was popping.
I know. Yeah, I was about to say. I know Marcus ain't been able to get in and get what he had to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm kind of late to the convo, but from what I gather, I think dude just raised baby. I think he's finding ways to insult. Don't let it fall. All right. I think he's finding ways to rage bait and disrespect us because it's profitable. And rage baiting seems to be the thing that brings the most views in at this point. I think outside of Europeans, because I think I heard him worship European culture in various different degrees, he's gonna pick whatever you say and find a way to dismantle it in bad faith. It's like asking somebody, "Are you alive?" Well, can you prove to me you're alive? I mean, I can't see your blood. It's not like he'll find any reason to disprove something. It's a whole bad faith conversation, a bad faith argument, and I've seen him on multiple platforms do this. And he gets his rocks off attacking Black Americans. I wouldn't be surprised if he got a troll account and is engaging heavily in gender war. I'm not gender war, but in the diaspora wars. This is just an offshoot of that, and he put his face on it. I have no respect for that man, and I see exactly what he does.
So, NY, you heard a lot of his conversations. Has anyone ever heard like what the point is? Like, is he trying to be constructive at all? Has he said anything to get to a certain point? Is there a goal that he's actually trying to reach? Because I'm confused on that. I've heard a lot of rhetoric that's just insulting, but I haven't heard what the mission is. What is it that he's trying to accomplish?
I think his goal is to demean and uplift European society. Honestly, that's all I think it is. I think his goal is to rage bait. And he's effectively doing that. So he's doing that well.
How did you guys take what was said in these two clips and form a hard conclusion on what this man is doing? I mean, it is opinion based, but it's interesting again. And I watched the entire interview. I didn't just take the clips, right? There's a lot of context. What I took from it, and I think the start of their thing was Africans versus African Americans. I think that was the overall spirit of the conversation. And as he's inquiring, all four Americans have very little to give feedback to.
He said Hippies have a culture and not Black Americans.
Based on his opinion, I mean, whether you want to take that and run with it or not, that was his opinion. He was stating that from a worldview perspective, you can identify, and I think we've all been around hippies, we've all been around Rastafarians. You can identify what they may subscribe to based on belief system. So when we're looking at Black Americans, again, going back to the original question, what would you say would be that for us? And we can't really define it because we all have some level of introduction to life or how we carry that life. Like some of us are Christians, some of us are Catholic, some of us are Muslims, and so on and so forth. So again, it's like on one end, we'll see Black faces will be like, they're trying to attack us. And I'm like, are they? Because I heard a conversation and I heard his opinion.
Going into this conversation, True, do you believe you have a culture?
I don't think that we have a definitive culture. No.
So you agree with him walking in. So
I
you
don't
were offended by anything he said because it fed to your original thesis, correct?
No, I try to listen objectively. When I heard him define culture, because prior to stumbling across him, I've asked these same questions on panels just like this. I've asked, what is culture? And what I typically get in the feedback is it's a combination of things that are not foundational. They are things that are communicatively shared. Food, you know, like even us saying that we have a different subset of English amongst Black people. Honestly, I don't even know what that is. I'm like, do we? Because I know someone from the South talks different. Someone from the Midwest speaks different. East speaks different, but we're still speaking English. So I don't see there to be what he's questioning and trying to build upon, the offense.
Okay, can you give me the definition of culture that you're using to come to this conclusion?
I don't know if that'll be safe. I think culture is an aspect of how you view life. I think you subscribe to a belief system. I believe that if culture is something that is consistent, it's replicable, you should be able to share it amongst, put this person here and put this person here. No matter where they are in the world, they're going to share core commonalities. It's not going to be that different. And I don't know if that's something.
I think you broke up.
Did I break up?
No.
Me.
Okay.
I can hear him.
Yeah, so that's what I believe.
You can hear him?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear him. We can hear him. So True, real quick. I think that Black people have always had culture. The problem is it's so compelling that it's always hijacked. And Black people can't keep a culture because it's always hijacked. People emulate Black culture on a regular basis. And I think that's more of the issue. Is anything that, whether it's terms, fashion, everything that Black people do is constantly emulated by multiple cultures globally. So that's why you can't really identify it, because it's always hijacked. Just the way that people speak, people all over the globe are using Black people's terminology. That people try to walk like Black people. Anything that you could think about.
So True. What people do you feel? Because one, that definition, words mean something, and that's not the definition of culture. I think that's the way you're interpreting this, using the definition of culture. I'll read it again. Pretty read it earlier. The arts and the manifestations of human intellectual achievement regarded collectively. The customs, arts, social institutions, achievements of particular nation, people, or social group. Do Black Americans have all of those things? You want me to read it again?
No. I understood you. They do, but I don't believe we own that, especially from where we're currently placed, like where we actually reside. And maybe that's my disconnect. I'm admitting that.
So okay. You're
so
saying,
True, that kind of supports my point, though, that you can't own anything because it's constantly hijacked. You can't. People love it too much. People emulate it too much.
So by your definition, are you saying culture, the way you view culture, is something that you monopolize and capitalize off of?
I think that if you're going to explain a group of people, it should be consistent and definitive, meaning that it's not so much shared. Like, it's very easy to understand Japanese people, Israeli people. We know what their culture consists of.
What is Japanese culture?
Japanese culture?
What is
people? They're people of discipline. They speak Japanese primarily. Most of them don't share Western perspective. They're not an overly religious people, very matriarchal. They concentrate on math. They concentrate on historical facts. Most of them don't ever leave Japan. Their overall delivery system when it comes to food, manufacturing, very precise. And they're minimalistic in their overall approach to life.
Have you lived in Japan, or you just based this off of your opinion?
I have lived in Japan,
and that's where you got it from.
Yeah,
and you lived around Black people the majority of your life, and you don't know any of those things in regards to us. A comparable analysis of that.
No, outside of us sharing a very passionate expression, and I love that Lucky said that. No, because Black people, from what I've gathered, when we speak about culture, we speak about things that are, again, shared amongst us humans. Food, socializing. There still is nothing, in my opinion, that raises the stake outside of the night. When Lucky said expression, I kind of took that. I'm like, okay, no, she has a very, very valid point. But I still think that that's hard to own. And maybe from what Trev is saying, it keeps being botched up and shared and distributed. But that still, to me, wouldn't dilute the culture if it is something that is owned by this culture. And when I ask Black people, what is the culture? They really can't express or explain it.
Right, because you're asking for a
And
tangible.
Marcus, after you respond, just FYI, Bo was trying to get in, and I know Pretty had a hand up and then Shan.
True. I think you should review the definition, because you're looking for a different word other than culture when you're saying it. Because based off the definition of culture, we have that in abundance, and it's clear, and it's probably one of the most influential in the world. Now, to disregard that is strange to me, but everybody got their own opinion. And I think the things that you instituted for other people that you see very clearly, I wonder why there's that.
We're fighters. We're largely
all of those things.
Largely egalitarian.
Let's not usurp.
Shit.
Yeah.
My fault. I thought I was mute.
Who are you talking to then? Who you was talking to?
Just hey, look, I'm talking to my damn self, man.
Oh, okay, my fault.
I'm yelling at the clouds right now.
Hey, if we could though, with our responses, let's see if we can condense them a bit, just so we can get the microphone around as much as possible. Yeah. Go ahead, Bo. What you think? Bo, she hears.
Okay. Maybe now.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Jeez. I don't know. My network is a little unstable right now, so I apologize. So many thoughts, but I think I'll go with this one now since we're here. I think that the reason why we think we don't have a defined culture is because we have been indoctrinated to have a Eurocentric mindset. And so we try to define our culture by comparing it to other cultures and the white culture and whoever else's culture. We look to other people and it's like, our culture doesn't look like that, so we don't have one. Instead of defining ourselves for ourselves, we are like, well, we not like the white people. Well, we not like them over there. We're not. Genuinely, we're not. The reason why we can't agree is because all of us, we have such a complicated relationship with the world as Black people that we cannot focus on ourselves. We conform to European culture and we fight against it all at the same time. We revere and we covet European culture and we hate it all at the same time. And because we are battling back and forth with that, then we look at ourselves and we're like, you ghetto, I love Black people, but I hate a nigga. Like, we do so many things and we turn against ourselves that we see no value in ourselves. We say we love being Black, but we hate. I hate twerking. I hate weaves. I hate this. And I hate when people wear their pants below their butts. All of that. You got to accept all of it. It's all a thing. But the base of everything, because even that woman that wear that long weave that you don't like, she still finna go to church. She love her grandma and she can still communicate with you how we communicate. She still listens to the music. She can make the music. She can, all of these things, like, they're all artists. They're like, all of us are all of these things at our base level. You may not like the way it looks played out all the time, but we have a very defined and clear culture. Y'all just don't want to accept it because y'all hate yourselves at a certain point. All of us have been through it. I've been through it. I have been through that. I have been told, you don't talk like the other black people. Why you don't act like the other black people? And so I ended up hating how we spoke, how we looked, our mute, all of that. I went through that because I saw myself through a white lens.
Who asked you that, Bo?
Yeah.
Well, true,
White
yeah,
people.
because Pretty's supposed to go unless Pretty would like to relinquish the floor to you.
No, because I didn't want to respond. Like he said, I don't understand what was different between the first and the second video. And I also want to just point out that there's 2 million people in Jamaica. The Rastafarian culture is 10% of the entire country. That's 200,000 people, right? There's 41 million Black Americans. For you to in any way figure that you're going to wrap your head around the idea that this man is going to sit down on a podcast and in truth and in honesty, sit here and say 200,000 people have been able to establish a culture, but 40 million people have not. Also, the hippies who are, how long were the hippies hot? For like a decade? So just, you know what I'm saying? In just like 7 years, random white people running around in the fields were able to establish a culture. But over 350 years, Black people were unable to do that. That is a peak level anti-Blackness and tokenizing that we have to be able to acknowledge. And the fact that that does not stand out to you as something that is so disrespectful, even for like for me, listening just as a Black person who's proud of Blackness, but has moved to this country and have ingrained myself and fallen in love with Black American people and have gotten a reverence for the plight that has happened here on this land. It is so embarrassing that like we all don't say, how in the heck did you think a bunch of white tea people that were running around naked, having, doing all the do with each other while doing all types of, pharmaceuticals, you said they have a culture because they have a shared ideology, but you fail to acknowledge anything Black Americans have done?
Hey, Pretty, not to mention that a lot of the hippie ideology was birthed out of the civil rights movement.
Shan?
I can tell that this for whatever reason, and maybe again it's just me. I like how you framed it pretty intellectual from the standpoint you're comparing, you said 2 million compared to 200,000. Fair point. But for whatever reason, maybe I just did not get the memo growing up in this country, growing up with the skin that I have, growing up around Black people. It still, to me, blows my mind that for whatever reason, we don't know how to define. Trev said we can't define it because it keeps being stolen. And I find that to be very troubling because if something is so rich, how can it be stolen, diluted, and then dismantled? For whatever reason.
It can be utilized by other people, but the definition of culture, I'll read it again: the customs, art, social institutions, achievements of a particular nation, people, or other social groups. The customs. Do you know of no Black American customs?
No,
Is there anything that we typically do on New Year's Eve? Are there any colloquial phrases that we have? Are there any shared child rearing stories or child rearing experiences? Do we share a collective migration path throughout America? Did we have various different art forms that we created amongst all of this? Is pain not rooted in our suffering and turned into something extravagant? The culture of being Black American is a story of perseverance. It's deliberate, the deliberate destruction turned from chaos into something beautiful, and then marketed to the world, and then utilized by those same people to try and destroy you again. It's constant resistance. We are the antithesis of a lot of the evil things that occur. At one point, we was considered the morality of the nation, right? So to pretend like we don't have these things in abundance, not just a little bit. When it comes to, they'll say you don't have a culture, and art is one of the main things. Then people will say, well, it's just art, it's just music, it's just entertainment. That's the definition of culture. These things are the definition. They're in the definition. Monopolizing, being able to say you own portions of an idea, that's not in the definition of culture. None of those things equal culture. If his argument was we haven't monopolized an industry, then we could discuss that. When it comes to culture, though, we have that in such abundance, it's almost silly to ask the question, which is to Pretty point.
And I'm gonna ask you a question, True. Have we been left alone and you didn't have black codes, after post-slavery, you didn't have black codes, redlining, Jim Crow, the Black Wall Street being burned, a lot of these race riots and things like that. What would black people have monopolized in this country?
Industry. We would expand it.
Which industry?
Oh, real estate, commerce, art.
Which one primarily? Which one would have been ours?
Educate me.
It would have been agriculture.
Fair.
That would have been ours had we would have been just left alone. But through a concerted effort, not only by the evil white people in this country, but being backed by the government itself, we were robbed of that. We would have been a brainchild through when it came to agriculture. When it came to farming and everything else, they would have to come to us first. But because that was stolen from us, we don't have it. So most of the time, when it comes to us, we rely on our music. We rely on how we speak to one another. We rely on how we communicate. We rely on our everything that M. White said.
Well, so I got a question. Yeah, I want to see Kiana, Shan, Luck, right? If I were to hear a retort to what Marcus said, it would be he spoke in platitudes. Perseverance, uplift, right? The sensational nature of what he was saying is inspirational, but it's platitudinal, right? And then also the other retort is we don't have the monopoly on suffering. You can go to other people's countries and they can start talking about what they've been through, what they pushed through and everything else. These would be the obvious retorts to what M. White said makes up our culture.
Okay,
so I kind of want to. Well, hold on, Marcus. I just want to get the three ladies in, and you can blow that shit apart. Pause if you you know what I mean. But y'all hear me though? Like, what do y'all three think about that? And then Marcus can retort.
I think our Black essence, as we were slaves, our physical and our essence was used then. Now it's more so that our essence is the commodity. So someone speaking prior to this was saying that what do we commodify? But if you can see us internationally all over the world and have certain markers, key markers that are identifiers for us, to us, then I could say, then yeah, we have a monopoly on something. It's just not tangible as the same way that maybe a specific resource would be. It's our essence. It can be copied, it can be mocked, it can be whatever people choose to make it into, but it has to be something for them to grasp it and use it.
Okay. So I understand what you're saying. I would put it in the platitude bucket if I were to retort kind of like similarly, and I just want to hear, because I know that's what the instant refutation would be to that.
But you could look at like ikigai, a Japanese concept of how to live your life, right? When you hear ikigai, you think, okay, and you know what it is. You go, okay, this is Japanese. This is based as a huge part of Japanese culture. It's not as tangible. It's a way of life. So regardless of it being a platitude, not only is it a way of living in an artistic and functional manner, but it's obviously a part of their culture. So why wouldn't that apply to our essence as well, being seen as culture that's spread and also commodified?
Okay, I understand. I got to reply, but I just want to get Shan because she's been chilling, and Luck too. Shan, what you think? You want me?
I was trying to speak after both spoke, so it's kind of transformed into something totally different.
That's my fault. Sweeney,
no, it's okay. But I wanted to, and I'm sorry if I get a little bit off, but I just wanted to, I'm a little older than everybody else. And when I think of culture, and I don't know if this was just Alabama culture, Black culture, or what, but when I thought of culture, I think of like 90s culture. Anybody here grew up in the 90s?
We were alive.
I don't know how old you guys are, but I just think about the 90s. I think Black people, you went to church on Sunday or wherever you decide, your family got together, they ate together on a Sunday. There was a Sunday meal prepared for you, right? Your parents always told you, don't leave this house, with dirty underwear on, or well, at least my parents told me that, because you represent me, my household. You knew how to carry yourself, right? Everybody's got things going on, but you don't display a certain type of way in public. You act a certain way. When you walk out of this house, you are representing this household. And I think that that's the part we've lost. I don't think that we don't have culture. I think that it's just it's losing.
Well,
I don't know. It's definitely evolving. Right.
But look, that's what True has said, though. He's saying if it's so prevalent and pronounced, why is it being washed away?
I think that I'm not going to even get onto that. I think that's a whole nother conversation. But I do believe, I think somebody was saying that we are trendsetters, and people tend to take some of the things that we have created in, for example, R&B, which I loved back in the day. We don't even do that anymore. It was wonderful. It was a thing, and now I don't even hear it coming from us like anymore. It's just rhythm blues. It was just something about us. It was an air about us. We were just morals. We were very modest people. And now it's just, I don't know. It's everywhere.
Go ahead, Luck.
I just wanted to
saying that it's evolved. My apologies.
Okay.
You fine, Shan. I just wanted to add one of the nuances to what Marcus was saying about culture is how you identify culture is by community, faith, and spirituality. And we often say things were stolen from us, but if we understand culture as well, we don't all align on spirituality. So if you judge a people and you can say, what is their culture from the outside? You're going to say their community. They judge us by, oh, they hate each other. They want to kill each other. They disparage their women. They do this to their men. Their men are, that's how they look at our community. We're not on the same page. If they look at faith, a lot of us have, we're no longer Christian, or if you're this, you're no longer, we get thrown out from having church hurt. If we say, where did our people really come from? We'll start saying, oh, you're a witch. So we're not even on the same page as far as spirituality. Then when we say faith, we all can't even identify the same church we would say we went to. Kind of like Shan is saying, there's other cultures that have discipline, structure, and boundaries. I think we've ran away from traditions and Sunday dinner and things like that because we don't like grandmama. Now we have a whole lot of emotions set in place. So just to point out nuances of a culture that I think we do have, it's hard to define today because we're all now on the same page. We defend some things that we don't want to be judged with. We, you know what I'm saying, take up for other things. We ignore certain things. It's just, so if we're talking about just on spirituality, we're not even on the same page to say, what are Black American spirituality? Oh, yeah, they're Christian. But then when you look at the Christian principles, most of us are not following that. When you look at the Nation of Islam, we could say what they're aligned with. When you look at us, we don't all agree with the same thing. So I don't know why it's so defensive. And we're saying, what, can you see this? Can you see this? But we haven't defined it. We're just saying, so you don't see this happening in the 90s. My mama said this. Yeah, but but when we look at Asians, we could say what they universally believe in. When we look at us, we can't even get on the same subject to say what we all agree on without it being defensive towards each other or coming off like we're anti each other. So it's like you have to tiptoe around emotions because we're so emotionally tied to the subject of racism that everything seems racist just for saying, can we get one universal understanding, even just on the subject of faith? What is the Black American faith or spirituality or the Black community? What is that?
Look, I want to ask a yes or no question and y'all could jump right in, right? I just want to ask a yes or no. Based on what he said about the video with the Rastafarians, right? You was here for that, look, right? You heard that last video.
The one that came back, yeah. I was in and out.
Do you think that he would say that the Nation of Islam or like the Hebrew Israelites have a culture based on his take on Rastafarian?
I don't know much about the Hebrew Israelites, but as far as interaction, I would say they're pretty much all on the same page.
So you think he would be like, yeah, those sets of black people have culture, just based on his Rastafarian?
Possibly. I don't.
So we could say that, but I mean, when you look at the black church experience, it's extremely similar. Whether it's a Baptist, whether it's AME, a lot of them, even though they're different denominations, it's a very similar experience. When you're talking about the mass choir, everything else is different. How are we forgetting about the cookouts? How are we forgetting about Uno, spades, double dutch, blacktop basketball? These are all things that we identify with as black people. We all do. That's definitely culture. I think it's very hard to refute that. These are things that black people pretty much made popular. Of course, people are going to try to steal. Of course, people are going to try to do it, but black people are the ones who made that official in the first place.
Kids don't even double dutch anymore. So if you look at black kids, that's an era, but we didn't. It was our responsibility to keep those traditions alive.
Y'all be in the hood still?
No,
y'all be in the hood?
it's not like it used to be true.
Yes,
it's not like
when you visit, they're not.
Kids are not active as much. I agree, but
so when you look
I
at black
definitely
kids today,
cut
what is
wires
their culture?
up to this year for people to do double dutch.
Like, but the things that you listed, Trev, as they are monumental of how we entertained ourselves. We do not own Uno. We do not own spade. We do not own dominoes.
That's how we fellowship. That's how we fellowship. That's part of the culture.
But it's not a monopoly on how people fellowship. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's certain things that I know are gonna be.
Why is it? You keep saying monopoly, and earlier you corrected yourself, and now you came back to the word monopoly again.
Well, it came back around, so I jumped on it because it was also utilized by someone else.
But we came to an understanding that the word monopoly is not a part of what's required for something to be a culture. So I just don't understand why we keep going back to it. Like, what spades? First of all, who else is playing spades? I'm sorry. Like, I thought that was.
Do other people play spades?
No, they don't.
No, nobody else does.
And
No,
I'm looking
nobody
at
else does. No,
Not even other
no one
black
else
people
does.
don't play spades. That's a black American thing. Wait.
Yeah.
Other people are playing spades?
No.
No.
And we can't even agree on that. Is it the deuce or is it the?
Yeah, nobody else is doing that. I
Really,
don't know.
Shane, you telling me you can't largely agree that black people play spades?
Yeah,
It don't have
we
to
should be able
for us
to.
to know that. Hey, that's something black folks do. You don't have to have 100%. We do know that over 70% of black people are Christian. There's a subset group that are Muslim. There's a subset group that may be that are also
People don't go to church
Israelite.
no more.
That don't mean that they don't. Oh my God.
The
you learn
way
a lot
y'all
there.
trying to
That's
invalidate
different.
y'all.
Right. Like,
This is
you don't go to church, so therefore you're not Christian.
No, so that's not what I'm saying. It's more than just going to church. It's getting together. It's a place of. I don't even think. Do y'all even live by your grandparents or your parents, or are you guys all scattered out? When I was growing up, you lived by your loved ones. That's just me. I don't know if that's for everybody else.
No, I live far away from my people.
I live by my people. Yeah.
Something, I guess I would pose it like, if we're talking about celebration of things like birthdays, for example, is there a collective way that we celebrate one's birthday? Like in your household, like, does it look a certain way? Do I know?
Happy birthday to you.
I celebrate the whole
Happy birthday. Come on, man. Like, we make everything our own. Like,
What is the collective way that they celebrate birthdays in Japan? Can you describe that to me?
No, true. Did you grow up in Kansas? Like, where?
I grew up in California.
Oh.
And again, my parents are from the South, but I'm loving we're having this conversation, and I appreciate you, Marcus, because you know what you laid down is passionate and profound.
But you just don't agree.
Wait, hold on, True. What was why did they hit you with a honey bun when you said California? What was the?
Heard that him? You felt that?
Yeah. Why you point at him? What happened though?
California is a little bit different.
California has always been different.
We don't have the
I'm telling
Bible
you
Belt
now,
South
I was
mentality.
being contrarian for contrarian's sake at this point.
No, I believe True might actually believe this because I heard him make this point before. But I've heard Real Dope make the same point. And the people that I hear make this point, they always fixate on ownership and monopolizing or profiting off of something.
A capitalist.
And That's not in the definition of culture. It's just not. It's just, that's not the definition of culture. It's just the word exists. It has a definition. That's not in it.
I think when I'm walking around, being amongst the collective of the group, Black Americans, right? And if I just so happen to be entertaining the company of others, and they're telling me what I'm supposed to be subscribed to, typically it's things like how I should be talking, what movies I've watched. And I may say, wait, like, I mean, just immediately being attached to the things that are what they can digest as, oh, this is what Black people do. And I'm like, well, maybe, but don't associate me. Learn why is that? Why is there automatically like a playlist of things that typically those things are not always on the most positive, unfortunately. So go ahead, Mark.
So true.
True, you telling me you ain't never seen
Even if they're not
Harlem Nights?
positive, you're saying people tried to assign characteristics to you culturally, and you just buck against them.
Well,
Wouldn't that mean that a culture would exist, good or bad?
Okay, let's walk this back. The same thing happens amongst people who look just like me. They'll say the same thing. That we did it earlier. Someone was saying, oh, like, I mean, Pretty just did it. You're from California. It's like, even though there was no explanation on what that meant, there is already an assumption of sorts. And that's what I'm speaking to. Amongst us, we do it. So we're saying we're all collective. We all move to the same beat of the same drum.
Given where you're from, the stereotypes supersede your Blackness.
Thank you. And so that's what I'm trying to understand. If we're saying that this is how we think, I heard somebody say before, well, you know how it is to have Black thoughts. I'm like, what are Black thoughts? And there's essence. Kiana said essence. I like the word essence, but it seems like Tamp said platitude base. There's no solidarity.
I got a question. True, I got a question for you, real quick.
So just FYI, Bo and Pretty have put their hands up in the private chat. I think the private chat take precedence from what I'm gathering. Sweeney, you've been stealing the mic a lot. Just let you know I'm on to you. Go ahead.
All right, I just got one question for you. True, have you ever had your black card taken?
I'm pretty sure I don't even have it. Honestly, sure, maybe.
No, I mean, when you walked in the room and you said some shit, did they take your black card away?
I don't know if I've ever owned one. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know that
took it back in the back chat one day, so I know it's happened to him before.
So, the reason why I asked the question is not to like talk shit about you. It's if you walk into it, like if you walk into a room and you say I don't, and then the whole collective be like, bro, we got to remove your black card for that. That tells you that there's a collective ideology around us that let us know, hey, there's a certain way that we move. That if you move differently, man, I'm gonna have to revoke your black card. Matter of fact, they even created a game called Black Card Revoked for that very reason.
But typically, the removal of said black card comes from us, and it's typically a delineation. You're not like us, so then I inquire what's like us because I look like you. And amongst other groups of people, they would know I'm different, but then you can identify I'm different. I don't think I'm different, but what makes me different?
Whatever cost you your black card?
No doubt, brother. No doubt.
I'm sorry for doing the face, True. You're one of us.
Damn, that is interesting. So Bo, do I lose my black card because I don't know how to play spades?
Absolutely.
All right, now watch this now. Now, Bo, you listening? I've been in jail though. Do I get it back?
Wait a minute, what does that mean?
Well, hold on now. Wait. I'm just asking, cause how does this work? I'm trying to see how does this thing work? Kiana, ain't nobody over there. Don't look that way. I'm trying to figure this out. How does this thing work? So, what stereotypes do we lean into?
Definitely not that jail one.
Because you don't like it. But Bo said if she twerking at Top Golf, I gotta accept it because twerking is twerking, and that's the lower parts of our culture too. You see,
No. I think twerking it's where she was twerking. That's the problem.
That's what I'm saying. At Top Golf, I put that in for a reason. That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter where it is. But here's the thing that you all pick and choose what you like about your own culture. And
Yeah,
There,
that's what I'm trying
there,
to articulate. Well, go ahead. My bad.
there is evidence of twerking in 2025 in parts of Africa. Like, but
At
y'all look
Target,
at, it doesn't matter where it is.
it does.
Y'all
There's a
look at
time and
it.
place for
Y'all,
everything.
okay.
You
Especially
don't
if
believe
it's
It
that?
doesn't.
cultural. You wouldn't do cultural rites just anywhere. There's specific places that they're done if it's a part of culture, but twerking clearly,
If
we're
I
not
could finish
embracing.
my thought, then I could probably explain why I said that. Okay, so it doesn't matter where it is. That is how Americans, the United States citizens who are black, do that. But you all find it to be okay as long as it's in another land. But as soon as it's over here, if it's at Target, don't do that. What we don't understand, what we are refusing to understand, I don't think that we don't understand it. What we are refusing to understand is in the United States, there is no clearly defined culture for anyone. Because as soon as you touch this soil, everyone tries to conform to the American dream, to whiteness, and it waters down everything. Y'all want to bring up Asians and y'all want to bring up Muslims and all of these other people. But as soon as they touch down on this soil, spit a baby out, that baby don't have nothing to do with their culture. I think that you look at yourselves, and because the world told you that black is wrong, everything in your mind tells you that everything that we do is not good enough, is not right. You can't don't do it here, don't do it like that, we don't have nothing. They don't either. If you look at whiteness, whiteness is the culture. They have nothing. They don't have any traditions. Whiteness is literally the culture. Whiteness is the thing. And it doesn't have a color. Whiteness has no color. But everyone conforms to whiteness and it dilutes everything. But when you see somebody twerking in Target, that's their bloodline. I don't know what to tell you. Yes, it is. It lives in us. Literally, that rhythm, that motion, and you can ha all day long, and that's fine. And I'm glad that you find this funny. But that motion, it lives in our blood. It is who we are. Like, we didn't get this out of nowhere. If you look in other countries in Africa, they do it right now. It just doesn't look the same because we're in another land. But it is, y'all listen, hate yourselves if you want to. They ain't got
I
nothing to
can't
do
even
with it.
twerk, so undoubtedly I must be.
I'm a
I can't
professional.
twerk.
I'll teach you.
But what I'm saying to you is, I think that there's nothing wrong with twerking, but I do believe there's a time and place for everything. Check it out at the foot. It's not a time to twerk. Yeah. So people in Africa at the checkout line twerking.
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't never shake a
I mean, I wouldn't do it, but listen, hey.
And I don't want to say they're not. Who can prove that they're not other than the shame? Like, I think one thing that needs to be pointed out is in colonized Black culture, and I'm not going to speak for this culture, but for mine, which is also colonized and affected by white supremacy and chattel slavery, we have to also accept that shame, unfortunately, is also a part of our culture. Shame is a part of our culture. The need to hide certain things is a part of our culture. So when we're sitting here saying, no, don't do that, that's not the right way to do Black, that's also a part of our culture. And it is very sad. It's not unique to us because, especially in Japanese culture, true, you should be able to speak to this, shame is also a part of their culture as well. So when you speak about them having an entire forest dedicated to self-unaliving, shame is a part of their culture. So shame is a part of our culture. This whole idea that we're looking at, Shan just said earlier, oh, back in the 90s, here's what we did. Nowadays, it's all a mess. No, actually, no. Nowadays, people are saying, I don't want to go to the family reunion. Why? Because my rapist uncle is there. My mom now told me I don't have to go. Versus back in the day, we had to go. We had to go hang out with the people who should be ostracized from our families, because guess what? That's what you did. There was less protection of children. People had to just do the right thing. And I'm not just speaking for your culture, I'm speaking for mine. People had to do the right things. People had to make sure, no matter if that person was respectable, if that person was a drunkard, if that person was an SA or a P3DO, you had to still go to the family reunion with them. You had to still convene with them. You still had to have Sunday dinner with them. You still had to do all of these things, versus now, young people are saying, no, I'm not going back to your house. No, I'm not having Sunday dinner. Nope, you're toxic. I don't want to be a part of it. So if you think that that's a part, if that means that's harmful, no, that means people are exercising autonomy. People are deciding for themselves what they do and do not want to be a part of. And that's perfectly okay. But once again, because shame is so embedded in our culture, you feel once again, it's okay to shame the younger generation instead of understanding the younger generation. And that's also a part of what's in our culture.
So you gave a specific topic, like that didn't go on in my family, so I wouldn't know that was, so obviously that's a different situation. I would never want to put you in harm's way, but that's not everybody's story.
In what culture is there that shame is not embedded into it?
She was referencing the essay.
I'm saying that I'm not saying shame is not in actually, what shame is in YT culture? When they're able to other YT people that they don't like, so that they quite literally don't have to identify them as YT. Instead
There's
of
things they have.
the idea, instead of
shotgun weddings, they will make you get married.
That YT women in general are aggressive. They've created subsects of those YT women. So no, those aren't YT women. Those are Karens. Oh no, those are not white women. Those are Beckys. But the white women though are still pure. Those are just the subsects of them that we're not going to consider the general scope of what white women are, versus black women, the entire, what did we say, high-low culture just now? That's the word that you use that I guess Saint said earlier that now we're going to use, which is so problematic. But that's not, no, white people have been able to walk around being mediocre for centuries and have used black people to literally pad their mediocrity. Quite literally.
To be fair, even that didn't come from white people. Karen,
it
Becky,
also did come from us.
Came from us.
Yeah, that's true.
We labeled them that. There we go again.
But we did give them something.
We did. Look at us.
We gave them something. We really did, and they did use that to other themselves. They do that every day. They pick and choose when they want to acknowledge their people, because that's not us. So they don't have to like hold them accountable or shame them or nothing like that. Like, they don't belong to us. Like, that's not us. That's poor white trash. That's not us. So they do it every day.
Do you consider the H cost for the small hats and the legacy of it and how they move forward from that part of their culture?
Yes.
When I brought the example of slavery, why don't you see that as the same thing?
What do you mean? I said
you were saying I was speaking about pain, right?
Monopoly on tribulation.
However, about the transition through pain. So yeah. I was trying to figure out where's the disconnect, why you don't see that as also the parallel.
No, I didn't. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I'm saying we don't have the monopoly on those things.
Yeah, I never made that argument. I don't know where this word. Please, everybody, for this.
Not monopoly. I'm saying Well, that's what I was. So that's what I was saying. One of the retorts would be like the trial and tribulation and triumph. There's a lot of people in the earth that have similar stories. That's all I was saying about, because we were saying that's what makes us unique. And so the trial and tribulation, a lot of other people have very similar, not similar stories, but turbulent stories through their history.
No, American chattel slavery is unique and specific.
No, I'm saying trial and tribulation, right? Coming through hard things. Like, for instance, Attila the Hun, right? How many people, Artaxerxes, how many people went in chains, right? So I'm simply saying when those people recount their history, trial, tribulation, and triumph, they would have a very similar outlook as we do. because we're trying to figure out what is unique to us in terms of culture. I was simply saying those things wouldn't be unique in terms of pushing through trial and tribulation if you ask people from other cultures, like the ones you referenced, and several other people who were under the Roman Empire and etc.
So the way that they moved post-traumatic incident is embraced and regarded as part of their culture. Didn't we have ways we moved post-traumatic incident?
that are, but it's not unique. See what I'm saying? It's not. So like if you ask the Japanese after World War II, from internment camps to their country being bombed, they're gonna in their schools uphold that is them pushing through trial and tribulation. So when we're talking about Black culture specifically, pushing through, other people would say, oh, that's not unique to us.
The way in which they did and the people, what they came out as, right?
Mhm.
I sometimes feel like again, we're not using the correct definition for this word, but
Sure.
we're arguing being a monolith. I feel like the two things is where you have to be a monolith and have a monopoly. It's kind of what it sounds like to the people who believe we don't have a culture.
So,
and I would argue that the cultures that you would list aren't monoliths either.
Yeah, I don't believe. Let me just clarify
parallel.
this. Oh,
Yeah.
my bad. I just want to clarify. I'm not saying that we don't have a culture, but I'm what we're trying to pinpoint is like what is unique to us, right? But I guess by saying that, by proxy, I'm trying to say monopoly, which is unrealistic. So I catch your drift.
Also, like
Because-
to M. White's point, for example, after World War II, you can tell how the atomic bombs affected their culture. That's where Godzilla was birthed from. Just like you can look at our culture and see things that came out of slavery that you can see was like a direct line to slavery as to the reason why we move the way that we move, the reason why certain churches behave the way that they behave came out of slavery.
Yep.
So it's unique to us for our specific experience, but having having an experience or having a reaction to trauma is not unique. It's our direct response and how we did it that makes us unique. Just like, you know what I mean, Godzilla.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand the clarity.
So if we're gonna use that benchmark, then again, we have to name other cultures who have something that is unique in itself, if that's the benchmark we're gonna use. For any other culture. You know what I'm saying? Just if anyone that we're going to say identifies with a culture, then we'd have to say, okay, what do they have unique? And I haven't heard anyone at any point say anything that another culture has distinct to them only, completely unique, that nobody else has. I've heard manufacturing and this and that, but everybody does manufacturing. There's nothing specific to them that we don't have some type of parallel to.
Right. Trev, you know what we've been able to pinpoint? Subsets of cultures having unique, like distinct things from the greater populace.
Right.
Like
that's right.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, but yeah, even the other countries, they have different cultures. Even if you mention Japan, there's somebody in the chat named like 3-4 different subsets of cultures that they have just in Japan alone. So, and every country does, whether it's from religion or just things that they do, different groups. So we all are in that same position where none of us are a monolith.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying was when we go to other countries, we're only able to get a unique thing or a contrast from the subsets. Otherwise, people probably living very similarly, depending on the fruitfulness of the country, But you find distinctness in the subsets, like the Nation of Islam that has, I think, 300,000 people, like the Hebrews, like the Rastafarians,
Right.
But other than that, he basically calling everything else no culture if there's not like a clear distinction, essentially.
Man said hard work is Haitian culture. Like dude just trolling. Just like
He said,
like,
what was that?
he was
He
like,
said what?
He said hard work is like everybody knows if you're from Haiti, then you're a hard worker. Hard work is Haitian culture. He just trolling. Dude, right?
He could be trolling, and the only reason I say that is because I really nobody's been able to tell me what his point was. So I know, True, you said you saw the whole joint. Were you able to see what bro's goal is? What's the bottom line? What is he looking to accomplish with
What I
all of this?
what I took from what he was trying to do is he was trying to formulate conversations amongst there being somewhat of hate that has been presented from Americans to Africans and maybe vice versa. It seemed like he was working to dispel some of the negative rhetoric that is shared amongst us, because that what seems to exist. I mean, I personally have never spent energy or time hating on African brothers or anybody from the Caribbean or anything like that, and I've never received that. So that's why they brought him up. And what he was doing, what I gathered, I watched it twice. He kept asking very distinct things. We did it tonight. We are able to articulate identifiers, but maybe it is because we're in America. Maybe it is harder to stand firm on maybe a monolithic perspective because of the region, because we live in a country that's not dominated by us. We're here and we share, a space. But I've also, again, asked this from Black Americans, what is the culture? And I always pretty much get what I got tonight. It's our essence, it's our perseverance, it's the way we do style. Those are all great things. So maybe it's going to take time for me to graduate to accepting that. I think Bo even said something along the lines of you must hate yourself, which that's painting very broad. I think someone like myself go ahead.
True. Do we have institutions, like academic institutions?
We do.
Do we have fraternities and sororities with unique perspectives and ways in which they do things?
Yes.
That can be universally applied across across America.
Yeah, we do. But
do we have music genres that we created?
We do.
Multiple.
Yeah, we do.
Do we have art styles that we specifically created?
We do.
Dance, photography, and other mediums. That's the definition of culture. That's it. It's none of these other things.
I guess again, and I'll speak for myself. I think to dismiss something like worldview is disingenuous, because that does help, in my opinion, to know how to perceive. And if you've traveled as an American, you don't carry just being Black. You carry your grooming of being here, because we think very different than people amongst all sectors of the world. The way that we live our lives is very different. So that to me resonated with me, and I think it was valid. It's not to say that he's right, but it was like all y'all took was the fact that he's African, and then started shooting at it, being defensive, which I don't really understand why. It's one man's perspective, one man's opinion. If I don't go ahead, Bo.
And I think one reason why I would be defensive against that is because we are struggling as Black people in the United States to have this conversation. I think that someone else criticizing, someone that is not of us, criticizing us is not a conversation that we should have, because they're imposing their opinions on us. And I think that is unfair when we have such a complicated relationship with this place. I think that we should not allow conversations from people on the outside in this. And I am the type of person that sees everyone that looks like us, no matter where they come from, as us. Unfortunately, everyone doesn't see us that way. And so I think that I personally would want to shut everyone else out, because we got shit to figure out here. I don't want your opinion, especially if it is not positive and it's not productive. And I just didn't find the things that he had to say positive or productive. Is it factual? That's debatable. But I don't think that it moved the conversation forward amongst us. And I don't think that it cleared anything up for us. I think that we need to sort out the complications or accept the history and move forward and take what's useful and leave the rest behind, I think that that's useful. But I think that someone like him just muddies the water even more between us, because we as a family, because that's how I see it, we as a family in this country, we got some shit to figure out. We got a lot of work to do. But I think we got some good groundwork for the most part, but I think we can just leave them out. And I think that people have heard so many negative things from Africans outside of this country that just aren't positive, so they're automatically on the defense.
Bo, so we need to make sure that it's only so-called Black Americans in the conversation till we figure it out.
I mean, if I'm being honest, yeah, out in public.
So
yeah.
do we need to, hypothetically speaking, eliminate Pretty Intellectual from the conversation?
Well, technically, she is in this country now.
Well, she live here.
She does experience Black American culture now.
No, experience, yeah, but that would mean that white people can come too. Then, essentially, if you just experience in Black culture, so do we eliminate people? Well, but that's how that works. You're saying just being around it in proximity, right? So,
I mean, she had another prerequisite. Somebody that was intentionally trying to do harm in the conversation.
No, 100%. I understand that, right? Harm or has a adverse opinion, though, right? Because now
same thing.
Well, but that's the thing, though. So, are you saying that we have to only put people in a conversation that agree? Because that seems and sounds well. So I said an adverse opinion, right? Marcus sees that as a harmful opinion, right?
Well,
I'm just saying a difference.
If you
they're not Black American, in a like, how does this work? So people are echo chamber good, but if they disagree, bad.
No, all opinions are useful because we don't agree up here, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. And I welcome people who do not agree. Because I realize personally that we have a complicated situation in this country. So there are going to be many different opinions. And I'm not saying, I try not to tell people that their opinion is wrong. How they feel about something is wrong, because everyone's feelings about things are valid. The only thing I do is point out the things that are true and not true. Like actual truth and actual not truth, history, what matters. But you don't have to agree with it, of course.
Okay. No, I was just, Mark, you want to reply to my question to her? And then
So my response to that would
Mr.
be
Daly
anybody
and
that's
OG
potentially having a bad faith conversation and rage baiting absolutely should not be in a conversation, especially if this is not your culture. If you take your time to dissect and add negative context or tell us what we don't have, you should not be in a conversation. Because if we did that same thing in your culture, you would be offended. If you can say things about a culture and then you don't want them said about yours, it's an offensive thing. Like it shouldn't be occurring. Pretty was not disrespectful in the way she just engaged in that conversation. She was clear that she wasn't from America, that she had a Caribbean background, and she also did it from a sense of positive, introspective care for our culture. That man is rage baiting against us as a people. And I even having to entertain this shit is disrespectful. Honestly, like,
so
if you don't think we got a culture, we don't. Then go back to wherever the fuck you from and just live there. We don't have to engage in this conversation with you. And for you to get on platforms and start discussing us all the damn time, that's an issue. Like, let's say we never had a culture. Why is that your point to make? Why are you discussing us?
Okay, so just so I'm clear, if they disagree in a way you don't like, we got to get rid of them.
Yep.
Okay.
If you want to boil it down to that, that's not what I said. But if you want to boil it down to that,
I'm trying to boil it down because
I added prerequisites for how somebody could engage in a conversation and they're not trying to disdain or tear down our community. His opinion is an attempt to tear us down as people or to say what we don't have. It's reductive. It's not additive. There's no substantive value from what he's doing. And it's rage baiting.
Okay. Okay.
So the head, what do you think? Do you think that people who are not Black Americans should not be part of the conversation or no?
I think I may lean that way. You know, if I had to just choose, Trev, I would probably just lean that way so we can have a conversation, amongst us.
Right.
What I don't agree with is
Well.
if I
See,
like how they talking, then they could be in here. If I don't like how they talking, then we got to exclude them. That part I disagree with.
okay. So by that logic, I mean, I need to get the fuck out of here too, because I was born here, but my parents they're Guyanese, right? I was born here. That's all I know. When I see Black people, all I saw Black people as is brothers and sisters, right?
Yeah.
I've contributed to the culture. I DJ'd. I did a lot of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I don't really know anything else. If it comes down to it, whatever a Black issue is, I see it as a Black issue. And I see us. I don't see y'all and then me.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I'm from the East Coast also, so we all grow up together. Now there are disconnects though, right? Like Manish water will forever be nasty. I don't give a shit how many Jamaicans say that shit is good. It's not good. Okay,
I
right?
don't like it either.
But there are distinct differences, where there will be disconnects if we just trying to understand the culture first. But if I was just answering that question directly, Trev, in a hypothetical, and I had to lean one way, I guess I would lean that way. I think we could get further faster because there's a little bit less nuance because of our households. We have more similar traditions, right? Because when you start adding nuances from the people from the islands, now it may slow down the conversation.
Yeah. Now with that, as far as how your household and my household is, if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
It would probably be very similar to what your household is looking like.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you might be more right than me.
Yeah, and it's not about right or wrong.
No, I'm just saying that I think I may have to make a concession and maybe change my answer just in terms of listening. But I would just kind of more so focus on what Bo and Marcus was saying, and I just disagree with that premise of if I don't like it, then I eliminate. See, that's why I voted that way, But if everybody can be included, regardless of how they see, Marcus, you said so. I'm trying to understand it, right? Because I said adverse. You said that's the same thing as the rage baiting and all that, right? But they have a different.
In regards to him, he's doing multiple things at once.
I'm not just talking about him though.
But if you go to another country and you have something in the country that you don't enjoy and you get on YouTube and make a video about how you didn't like that aspect of the culture, should you not be allowed to speak on it?
That's what I'm trying to. Because Keon, I'm trying to say, like, we don't like what they saying, do we eliminate them? But if we like it, we keep them. See, that's why I voted for let it just be us.
There's a difference between saying I don't like hip hop and saying Black people got no culture. Like, that's two totally different things. If you went to Japan and you immersed yourself in a culture and you walked out and said, I don't know I don't like Japanese anime. I don't like the art style. I don't like this. Wouldn't nobody necessarily be mad at you for saying that? But if you went over there and said, Japanese people ain't got no culture. Everything that they don't know how to draw. They don't know. They ain't got no artwork. They don't have no worldview. That in itself is disrespectful to their culture because you're talking about them as if they like from the outside looking in, trying to tell them about themselves.
Okay. So it's the inflammatory aspect of it that Marcus is saying. Don't try to play me. If you want to converse, let's converse, right? But be genuine with your conversation. If you're trying to be intentionally inflammatory, those are the people that need to get eliminated. All right, I can understand that better. Nathan was popping. OG, salute. I think y'all are up.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Shout out to Lapeef. I appreciate you, brother, for bringing me up. It's been a minute since I've been over here. So I got a chance to listen to a lot. I feel like a lot of people contribute to a lot as it relates to this conversation. I do think, though, a lot of the context is being lost from Zanu, and I guess his intent. You know, I hear the brother here saying that he believes that, you know, he was rage baiting. I don't think that. I think he was just having he was critically thinking. He has an opinion. He was on a panel with about, what is it, like 4 or 5 other brothers, and they had a hard time articulating themselves to some of the questions. I think he brought up some very good questions, and I think, you know, we have to be careful not to put ourselves in any type of echo chamber, right? Because we can't grow that way. I think a lot of times when we have these conversations, they're very sensitive. People get triggered emotionally, or their ego gets involved, and they're unable to kind of hear what's actually being asked. Me personally, after listening to what he said, I don't agree with his definition of culture and how he defined it. At the same time, again, when you hear everybody on the panel and everyone's trying to really define what Black culture is, it's not that Black Americans don't contribute, or they're not trendsetters, or that the culture isn't copied and, or some people say cosplay or mimicked or shared amongst the world. It is. The issue isn't even that. From what I see, the problem is that there's no control over the culture, right? When you don't have control over your image, you don't have control over how things are put out, how things are interpreted. That's really the issue, right? The culture is pimped, right? And so if the culture is pimped, the question is, who's the pimp and who's the hose, right? And I think that's why there's so much confusion. His opinion is his opinion, right? Like, I think, like anything, we're all entitled to it. Then challenge, right? Then all you need to do is have your rebuttal explain. I think someone said it earlier. If someone, I think it was Lucky, shout out to Lucky, she made a statement and said, hey, if there's some confusion as to what our culture is, this is not the first time this has been going on. There's a reason why people say it. I think people aren't really articulating what they're actually seeing or what they're not seeing. I remember having this conversation before in the past, and again, what I've noticed is just the lack of control, right? When you don't have control of your image, you don't have control, you don't have power over the media on how your culture is actually presented on a world stage. That's a problem. It's a huge problem. There's a portion of us as Black people who are responsible for that, and there's a portion of that's responsible of white people, or people who are in control of some of these systems. At the same time, it doesn't mean that we can't fix these things either. It just means that we've relinquished so much of our power and things like that over to another group. You know, we can get into why that is, or how that came about, or why we're not changing that. But from what I understand, that's what I see. I think Zanu's, one of the things that he brought up that I agree with is worldview. And I think that goes for anybody, right? And I think that we define culture, but worldview is a separate thing. His opinion, he believes that a culture can't exist without a worldview. I don't agree with that. I think if you don't like what you see in a culture, it doesn't mean that the culture doesn't exist. I feel like that's where his argument is flawed. He could say, I don't like these attributes of Black American culture. Well, that's his opinion. That doesn't mean that the culture doesn't exist because you don't like certain elements of the culture. But Black American culture is very rich. It's very rich. I would say that it's a subculture of American culture, right? The culture broke away because of the racism, systemic racism, and oppressive tactics of white people during the time, is why Black culture segued away from American culture. But it is a subculture in America. So Black culture is American culture is Black culture. But though, to me personally, that's like a deeper layer to the conversation. I think that I haven't heard you guys really bring up. I just heard a lot of people being offended by certain things and not really diving into the nuance of the conversation. It's not shallow. I think what Zanu was talking about is something, he's talking to a different layer. He's speaking to a different layer. I think the way he may have articulated it didn't come off well, but if you listen to the interview in context, you'll start to understand him. For me, I understood what he was trying to say. I don't think he articulated it the best way, because he believes that, I'm gonna tell you what I believe, but because he believes that a worldview is missing that means that there cannot be a culture. My interpretation is, if a worldview is missing from a culture group, you have a difficult time defining and maintaining the discipline of what the culture is through forms of being consistent, right? Like the consistency is the issue. So when there's a lack of consistency and it's not replicated across homes, if I line up 10 Black homes across the street and 10 Asian homes across the other, or Chinese, or we say Japanese, 90% of them are going to follow the same trajectory. They're going to do the same things. They're going to practice the same things. They're going to talk the same way. They're going to have the same purpose, the same drive. It's going to be very consistent, and it's going to be replicatable, right? So even if I have 10 houses here that are Asian, 10 houses over here across the street that are Black American, whether it's in Texas, California, New York, right? You always got to put that 10%, those people who are going to be off to the side. But for the most part, their culture is going to be consistent. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I know Sweeney had put his hand up, and I think Marcus had wanted to respond. If y'all could condense it and we get OG in, y'all can get a little bit of a.
I'm gonna ask my question after Marcus.
Okay, Marcus.
Nathan, you're from an African country, right? Your people are from African country.
You said, are my people from an African country?
Yeah. Like, do you have an immigrant story at all in your background?
Do I have? No, both my parents are Jamaican.
Okay, so you immigrated to America.
No, I was born here.
Someone immigrated to America in your family, right?
Okay.
Do Jamaicans have a culture?
Yeah.
What's Jamaican culture?
Everything: music, entertainment, their morals, values, religion, their customs.
So if I went to Jamaica,
traditional definition of culture. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I went to Jamaica and start saying that Jamaicans have no culture, would that be a disrespectful act, or am I furthering a conversation?
I think depending on the context of the conversation, yeah, you're going to have people who could take disrespect to it. But what I'm talking about is the context of the conversation, right? So if you have a person on a panel, you have people on a panel, and they agreed to have a conversation. Intellects decided to have a conversation, and one person is arguing his points and the other person's arguing their points. I don't see what the issue is. If their intellects having an intellectual, if the conversation was brought up in a college, at a university, I don't understand what the problem is. You can take offense to it, but it's a conversation.
You know, it's funny.
So as long as disrespect is from an academic lens, it's okay.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, if you have, just for example, if you have multiple people who come up on a panel and say, we're going to have a conversation about this, you're freely able to do that. Like, I don't understand what's the issue with them having a conversation?
You know what? You know why this is an issue? Because this feels like this is only something that's unique to us. I don't see anybody getting on a panel or going into a classroom or going on a stage and discussing whether Jamaicans have a culture or not. That's not something that happens to y'all. So I can see why you would sit here and be like, well, I think that might go down well, but it's never happened. It only seems like something that's been happening to us. People getting on the stage trying to have an intellectual conversation about whether we have a culture or not. That is extremely disrespectful because we know where it's coming from.
That's not. I don't know if that's completely accurate, Sweeney. You're saying that.
Tell me where else it has happened. Tell me where else it has happened where there was an academic, like people were actively asking about another group and whether they had a culture or not.
First generation Latinos deriving from their country, which is what I was going to say. A lot of times I believe our conversations happen this way. It's because we derive from here. Most of us can't truly source where we come from, tribal wise, or link it. And even if you could, you don't see that heavily represented in current day in this land. Most people who are here that are Black do not carry their tribal practices. So so that's why it's different. And it's like, I don't get why we live this existence and don't give credence to that.
So you're saying there are people in Africa talking about whether Africans in Africa have a culture?
No,
we don't. But
Or there
the
are
problem
people
is,
in Jamaica having conversations about whether people in Jamaica have culture.
people have intellectual debates and discussions all the time about a multitude of different topics.
I'm asking
Are you
specifically.
saying? I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're asking. What I'm about to ask you this though. Are you saying that you're aware of every single intellectual debate
I'm
and
asking
conversation
you,
that's happening?
because here's the thing.
But can you honestly say?
I'm gonna tell you this. I can honestly say I don't see it as publicly as I see ours.
Okay, but that's fine though.
And
that's still not relevant though to the conversation.
It's very relevant
because here we have them having an academic conversation about us, and it always seems like everybody wants to have a conversation about Black culture and whether it's there or not. Why don't you show me where? Because you're from Jamaica, your people are from Jamaica. Tell me where you've seen in Jamaica them having specifically outsiders coming in and trying to have a conversation about whether Jamaicans have a culture or not.
What you have to understand about this country, though, this country is a melting pot of everybody.
No, we a specific
it's a melting
people. That's the
pot.
problem. You don't think we a people, and that's.
I never said that. What are you
said
talking about? I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. Here's the thing. You guys for whatever reason think that this country is just Black. It's not. All right, it's just not Black. You don't own this country. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, that's not meant to be disrespectful. You do not own this country. This is a melting pot full of people. Full of people. So back to what we're saying earlier, the issue.
How is that relevant when we talk about us?
You're trying to assume. You're trying to assume that you are aware of every single intellectual debate and conversation that's happened on a global stage, and you're not. You're not. So that's not even a strong. That's an emotional.
This is straight
that's
bad
an emotional argument. That's an emotional argument that you're making, and it's silly. It sounds silly.
Right. It sounds silly.
That's what you sound like. You sound like you just tethered yourself on, came on, agreed with this goofy Frank Zanu, and thought it was okay to discuss us in any capacity. I'm not going to Jamaica to discuss y'all. I'm not going to Africa to any other countries to discuss them.
Fair. You don't have to
stand with my people.
You don't have to.
If you find yourself amongst another group of people, I suggest you move respectfully. In the future, I don't think people gonna be taking that shit kindly, bro. This is bullshit.
No, you're just too emotional. Calm down.
You're
it's not that deep.
He's conscious, not emotional.
No, it's emotional.
He's conscious, not emotional. There's a difference between the two. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody.
It's very
good
emotional.
evening. Good to see you. It's good
Yes,
to
sir.
see you. It's good to see the panel aware and awake. I usually disagree with Bo, but I think she's working on me a little bit. She's doing a great job. She came up with a lot of points tonight, and I don't want to reverse on that square. But let's just deal with something here. I think the last conversation brings up a good point. Yeah, you don't probably have to know that people are having these conversations, but see, it's not like the big three own the spaces anymore. It's internet. It's we move different. So when you sit up and say we don't have control of our image, we have more control of our image today than we have ever had. That's just point blank. And if you don't know that, you're living on a rock. You know what I mean? And so I think we can make this real simple. Let's just make it simple. And I don't want to be long-winded because I think you come and suck the air out of the place, Nathan. So I'm going to be short-winded, okay? So, number one, I think if we had this in family, you wouldn't let an outside family come in and tell your family what you should be doing and what you have and what you don't have. These are conversations are usually happen within the family. And I think that's what everybody is really saying here, that everybody wants to take pot shot with us. You're right. We don't own America, Nathan. But hell, y'all own Jamaica and your family still came here. So
They don't own Jamaica.
But you know what I'm saying, Mr. White. I was trying to make a bigger point.
You making a point, but to clarify, they don't own Jamaica neither.
Oh, I got that. And so I'm gonna leave it right at that. I don't let other outsiders come in and tell me how I should raise my family and what I should do within my family and what we got and what we don't got. That's things that are discussed between the family. And you can call it intellect, you can call it whatever you want to. There's certain conversations you shouldn't just get in.
Yeah, that's disappointing, OG. And the reason why is because it's not just coming from people outside. The context was laid that this was a panel and it was a conversation. Some of the things that he said, some of the things that Nathan said, I've said. I was born here, live here, was raised here. And so I'm talking amongst people, and what we try to do, we throw pillars up of pride, because all I hear is pride. Well, we can't be talking about, and there was no instruction in that entire 2.5 hours or 2 hours and 40-some minutes they talked. There was no instruction. They were sharing ideals. That should be something that we should be able to do. And at one time, I do remember Black Americans being able to do this and be civil about it. Like in current day, it seems like anytime it pierces or what seems to be an attack on the culture, they're automatically like, well, put them out. Don't invite them to the cookout. It's ignorant. It doesn't even make any sense. And why I was saying to Sweeney earlier, the reason why these conversations happen is because our experience is very unique. You don't have to think about other nations. If they live in Japan, they're Japanese. If they live in China, they're Chinese. If they live in Israel, they're Israelites. This is easy. But in America, it's not like that. So we have cultures amongst cultures. And it's like for us to not even be able to have the conversation, if it's so rich and it's so strong and it's so consistent, then it should echo one tone, one energy, one word. And it should be able to be depicted in packaged and given. And it can't, even amongst us.
So
Mr. Taylor,
do you think if we have an academic argument?
Let me ask you a question.
Right.
With all
Do you
that
think
you
it's all
just,
right if we have
go
an
ahead, White.
academic
Go ahead.
argument in regards to disrespect, True? Do you think if we have an academic argument, as long as it's you can have a disrespectful conversation as long as it's an academic argument?
I don't disrespect's very hard to quantify, Marcus, and I'm being honest.
All right. So let's just say for the sake of a conversation, I wanted to discuss the points in which I think you are doing some bullshit. And I called you a negative name. Or for instance, if I say you being a tether, do we need that? And we have a discussion about that. Is that an academic discussion about the points and why in which I say that?
If you
necessary?
If you added a tagline to me that I don't agree with, then we can talk about it. But I'm not gonna get bent out of shape. I'm probably not gonna take it disrespectful. Me personally.
So what if I said I want to have a conversation about how I think you a bitch? Then what?
Well,
would that be academic?
I could give you my points about a reference of why I feel that way.
I wouldn't want to entertain that conversation because that's your opinion trying to, again, give me a tagline. See, your interpretation of what you believe me to be is irrelevant. If we're going to have a conversation to be men, we need to talk about data. We need to talk about historical fact. We need to keep it on topic. Now you're attacking one person. That is disrespectful.
Okay, so true. I'm not calling you a bitch. I'm asking a question in regards. But you see how your voice raised? Because that was disrespectful questions to ask you, right? So we're having an intellectual conversation right now. I've crossed the line of disrespect, and now you have a problem with it. That's why you threw the we're men thing, because it could potentially lead to another thing, correct?
Well, I'm answering your question. See, again,
why was it important to reference the we're men?
Because there's an expectation that I have amongst men. There's a maturity an expectation amongst men. We're having conversation.
Yeah,
There's a topic matter. So yeah, I wouldn't understand why you felt it necessary to attack or poke or probe. That's irrelevant. Like, what are you ultimately trying to invoke?
Do you?
That was my question to you, Mr. Table.
Yep. All right.
When you have outside people coming in, what are you trying to invoke?
But again, from what
I'm not talking speaking to you personally.
Yeah.
Because if anybody up here has experience with other people from other countries, I would say I have great experience from other people from other countries. Let's just start with the Minister Farrakhan. He don't have the same conversation that guy who was on that the tape y'all was playing. He don't talk like Mr. Nathan was talking. Matter of fact, he don't talk like what you are talking. Because I believe His interest in black people and what they got and what they don't have is to uplift black people, not to step on them.
But OG, there was
So if Farrakhan made a statement that you don't agree with, you gonna call him a tether?
No, listen, if
Is
Farrakhan,
Farrakhan a tether?
I don't consider him a tether.
Why not?
Reason
He's
why I
not
don't
foundational
consider.
Black American.
Okay, so reason why I you know what? I take that back. If we go by the definition, wait a minute. If you want me to answer your question, bro, I'm gonna answer your question. I take that back. I will consider him by the true definition of the tether. Now,
okay. So Farrakhan's a tether.
Okay, wait. Can I finish? Okay. Thank you.
All right,
I know you quick on the gun. I know you quick on the gun now, bro. You know. So, but you can see you can see the best interest of us in his words.
Okay.
So that would make a wait. I'm asking you a question. Would that make a difference or not?
I think a person's intentionality absolutely matters when they're having. I think the brother M. White is suggesting that Frank Zuna, I think his name is Zuna, does not have good intentions in the conversation. That's his point. So when he asked me, do I feel like the conversation is disrespectful? I say no. If that's his opinion and he's having an intellectual debate with someone, he truly believes Black Americans don't have a culture. That's his opinion. He has a right to have an opinion, and he has a right to debate it amongst people who are representatives of that culture who can argue, right? And prove him wrong. Prove him wrong. It's just that simple. It's not. It's
well,
to
why
me.
not have that?
I'm looking at.
Why not have that conversation with his? Why not have that conversation with his own people?
Listen. All I'm
why
saying
not
is
have
what I'm
that
saying.
Wait a minute. Why not have? And you answer the question.
I heard the question.
What the important? Wait a minute. What would be the importance of having that conversation with us and not just having that conversation with his own people? Now I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Wait a minute. Nathan, just let me finish. I land my chopper because I have very little bit of money to afford gas, so I don't want to run out. Okay.
Go ahead, do your thing. Bro.
This is the problem Charlie Kirk had. Same problem. This is the problem he had. Too much interference over here on this sport team when he should be dealing with his own sport team. That was his problem. And that's what I see in these conversations.
If you lack information on another culture, does that mean you're not allowed to engage with them and speak about what your misunderstanding is? It may be a negative connotation that you have about that culture, but how can we clarify it to the outside world who we are? And if we're quick to clarify what that culture is, then as many other cultures have done, we can commodify, control our image, and have a grip on what we actually want to present to the world because we've already decided amongst ourselves what our culture is. I think it's the lack of the ability to communicate that so often that has become a problem, and why others, they just feed into whatever's fed to them via the media rather than actually having someone to consort with and say, hey, what is Black culture? I think there is no Black culture, but you know what, from what I've seen, it hasn't been. But when you ask someone who's a part of it, you can get that clarification.
Sister, with all due respect, I consider that a bunch of word salad. I made a point. I made a point. No. Fish, Nathan, let me handle this, okay? You can always rebut. After,
you just said you didn't have enough gas to fly your plane.
No. She came right after me, so I want to retort back to her. Okay,
right,
I made a point. We can see this same thing with the CK. I don't want to call this guy name out anymore. We seen the same thing with him, spending so much time on talking about if or not, or digging in someone else's culture versus his own culture took him out. And this is what I'm saying. This is where this stuff we don't have to explain to the world what we do. The world see what we do. And when you come in with bad intention, trying to step on that for whatever reason, I have a problem with that.
Also, he didn't say what is black culture. He said black people have no culture. He didn't
We all,
ask.
yeah.
Hold on, bro.
That's his opinion.
That's
Hold
his
on.
opinion. He
And
just
guess
said
what?
that.
And the thing is, and we can feel like that opinion is disrespectful. You
And
don't
that's
get to come.
completely fine.
Hold on, bro. You don't get to come over here and tell me whether I should feel disrespected or not. Oh no, we should be kumbaya and have a conversation. Fuck you and that fucking conversation. Not saying it specifically to you.
I know
I'm
what
just
you mean. I
saying.
know what you mean.
Fuck
I know
you
what you mean,
in
brother.
that conversation. I have every right to feel disrespected by
Yes,
some
you do.
bullshit that you're saying.
You
So
do.
just because some goofy ass niggas decided to go, well, I ain't gonna call them goofy, shout out to, but just because some people decide to have a conversation with somebody that's being disrespectful doesn't mean that all of us have to feel like, oh, well, just because they're having a conversation, we should let that shit slide. What he
What are you
did
gonna
was
what are you gonna okay, so what are you gonna do about it?
I just told you. I don't
Nothing.
we
You
don't have
can't do anything about people
oh
having a
my oh for
conversation.
fuck's sake.
I
Oh
have a
for fuck's sake.
question.
But you hear what
You
I'm
know what?
saying?
How about this?
I just
How about we do it like this? How about we do it like this? How about this? Hey, y'all, all hands on deck. Who wanted to discuss whether Jamaica has a culture or not? Can we table this conversation and we start
Let's
talking
do it.
about and we start talking about whether Jamaica has a culture or not, whether Kenya has a culture or not, whether
I
can we
don't
do
think we
this?
should do that because that's disrespectful to those people there.
I have
I
a
don't.
question.
I don't have an interest.
That's fucking
I
disrespectful.
wonder why we don't have an interest. Why?
No.
Because we normally leave people alone. We leave
So
other people alone.
so
Hold on, bro.
We
We
the A
normally
side.
leave people alone to what they do. It's their shit.
that's a lie.
Why do y'all feel the need? Why do y'all feel the need to come over here and discuss us so much? Y'all have your own culture within the U.S. Jamaicans come over here, Kenyans come over here, Nigerians come over here, West Africans come over here, and y'all have your own culture over here, and y'all do the things that y'all do. Don't nobody bother y'all. Why do y'all feel the need to always have to discuss us?
Yo, Sweeney, interestingly in the video, he said Jamaica don't have no culture either.
And that shit was trash. He was a
Tiny
clown.
guy, whatever his name is.
I'm gonna tell you this. The first thought that I said, my mic was muted when I said, oh, he want to be disrespectful to everybody.
Oh, when you heard that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, my mic was muted when I said that. But I feel that way. Like, bro was trying to be disrespectful to everybody.
Yeah.
I wonder what culture he specifically came from because I want to know, do you have this same smoke for your own people? Or are you just
He did.
Saint mentioned it earlier in the convo. He said where he was from. I don't know if anybody remembers it, but he
so
said
what I
that
said,
country's not doing well at all.
Remember, Bo had a question too, Trev.
oh, go ahead, Bo.
Yeah, Sweeney, I expect
You're gonna get the men talk because I can't get a word in edgewise.
Come on now. I'm gonna call Sank up here if you don't go ahead now.
Well, I guess she said we can go. So Bo's being very nice today, so we'll take it. Sweeney.
Yo, what up?
I just think we the A side, so I kind of expect it. Like people, like when you the A side, people tend to talk about you more. You know, so it's not alarming to me, or I'm not surprised by the fact that it happens so often.
No, we're not normalizing disrespect no more. That era of us looking up.
You muted yourself, Marcus.
I was gonna say, and the
That's
reason why
done.
you want to know the reason why we used to entertain that conversation, because we are arguably one of the most inclusive groups, because a lot of people delineate a whole lot when it comes to their stuff. We were all inclusive. We invited people in to be like, hey, look, y'all can kick it amongst us. We can have conversations. But what we noticed is there, like, and I don't normally use the word tether, but the definition of the word tether is any African, Caribbean, Black, British, or Canadian person who copies or imitates or appropriates Black culture, but then also tries to disrespect that culture when it comes to being amongst other groups, especially white people. That's
like
what
calling us hoes, saying somebody a pimp and calling us some hoes, like that type of disrespectful shit.
So like that's where, and the reason why that word tether has became so popular is because Black people are starting to delineate and say, you know what? At one point, we did try to include y'all. We did try to open up our doors to y'all. But then what we noticed is here come all the disrespect, and now we're closing the door on that. Because if this same conversation happened 15, 20 years ago, hell, even 8 years ago, you wouldn't see nearly as many people get upset about it. But now, because we're recognizing, like, oh, okay, we see what's going on now. We're not allowing it anymore.
All right. So I think the confusion for me, just to be clear, is that I was under the impression that we're having a discussion, an intellectual discussion about a topic. What I'm hearing is a lot of people getting offended and in their feelings and really making a lot of emotional statements. That's all I hear is a bunch of triggered black men on the panel. Mr. White triggered, Sweeney triggered. You hear what you want to hear, and you're not hearing for understanding.
I think you're a bad
I'm really
father.
confused, you guys.
I think you're a bad father. I think you're a bad father.
I think you're homosexual.
Okay. Okay. So, anyways, like I was saying before,
No.
I see a bunch
Let's
of
have a
men on here
conversation about.
triggered.
Let's have a conversation about your.
I think he's selling
Triggered.
pussy.
We're talking about fellas. Listen, fellas.
No,
if we're
let's
gonna
have
try
an
to be intellectual,
intellectual conversation
let's have
about real Nathan Daly.
you want to change? Do you want to change the topic?
Yes, we're gonna have a conversation about you.
So how about we ask the person whose channel this is if he wants us to change the topic? Be respectful.
I'm sure he's okay
to
with
the
it.
people. No, be respectful to the people. This is a topic.
I'm very good friends
Am
with him. I'm sure
I
he'd be just
confused?
fine with us discussing. Who
No,
you
you're
are as a
fine with
person.
disrespecting this man's channel, right?
Well, Nathan, I think what they're trying to illustrate the
I know what
point
they're
that
trying to
making.
do. I know what they're trying to do, and it's poor taste, right?
Yeah.
So
It's
again,
not poor taste.
it is poor taste
It's
because
holding the mirror up to you.
we have
It's
an
not
academic
poor taste. It's
conversation
literally
about why
holding
we
the
think
mirror
he's
up to you.
selling
You
But
said,
no,
it's
that's
okay to be disrespectful as long as we have an intellectual
no one
conversation.
said that.
Well,
When did
let's
I
be
say that?
disrespectful then and have an intellectual conversation.
Exactly. That's
about
the point that we making.
Is it only poor taste when it's an individual versus a group of people?
But nothing that you guys did was accurate of what happened on that panel. It's completely different. You chose to hear what you heard. You chose to filter the way you want to filter, which is fair. That's your right. But it's still not consistent in what was happening. They had conversations, and again, it's like this is what I'm speaking from. Again, being a Black American, conversations like this should not, in my opinion, arrive at anger, disrespect. We shouldn't be attacking each other. We should be intellectual enough to converse.
Well, who's defining disrespect? Who's defining disrespect? Who's defining disrespect?
Well, my boy NY
Objective,
said,
OG.
Sweetie said it was disrespectful. You even said it was disrespectful, and Kiana gave her depiction of what she believed to be true, and you totally derailed her opinion. Which
So with you saying that, then do Mr. White or Sweetie has the right to say this what they said and say let's make it one-on-one? Do he have the right to do that? And you call that out as being disrespect?
They have the right to state that it's disrespectful, but what I believe we were trying to do is trying to identify where. There was no offense to the Black culture as sense of saying this is wrong, you this, you that. That's not what it's
disrespectful.
But is that your opinion or how they took it?
No. It's my opinion because there was no.
So if that's wait a minute. If that's your opinion, True, then Mr. White has an opinion. Sweetie has an opinion. What they thought the conversation was about. So now we just all like buttholes. We got opinions. So I'm saying is how you go take one opinion of what they consider disrespect over another. So when he wanted to make it personal towards Nathan, then now it's all disrespect. But you talking about a group of people who was talked about and someone felt like it was disrespect, but you don't see that. You only see it when it's an individual.
I don't see it because there was nothing that I derived from his commentary that was
okay. You're
disrespectful.
going back to what you're feeling now.
Have no culture.
You're going back to what you're feeling now.
Yeah, true. He's saying simply, I think this is Black culture. SMD is equivalent to Black people don't have no culture. I don't need to hear nothing else you got to say. If me and Sweeney arguing, he say, "Yo, suck my," it gotta go down. So essentially, they saying Black people don't have no culture. It's lit after that. You see that's
It's
pretty much
up
the long
after
and
that.
short of
We ain't got shit else to talk about.
it. Like
That
that's
would
what
be
I hear.
different.
But
That
this,
would be
but this is,
different from
but this
person to
is,
person, though. It's going to be different person to person. They're in a setting that's
Yeah.
intentionally made to have a discussion about a topic.
exactly.
Whether we like what the basis of that topic is or not, does not deny the fact that that's what it's for. So there's there's different boundaries than saying a man is the B word than it is to sit on in a place where you ultimately the intention is to have a discussion. That doesn't mean you have to like the topic nor the opinion attached to it. It's a media discussion just as we're having here.
Yeah,
Hey,
hundred
JR,
percent.
put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Excuse
Is
me.
it okay?
Excuse me. Excuse
Go
me.
ahead,
That's
Bo.
Bo.
If
Go ahead.
if the intention is to have a discussion, then you would not enter the discussion saying Black people don't have culture. You would say, I don't feel like, or I don't see where Black Americans have a culture. Like, you insert your opinion in that way and not make an assertion, not prescribe these people that they have nothing. That automatically puts someone under the fence. That is not how you have a discussion. He is making the charge that we don't have a culture. That you shut it down already. That is why it's up. That is why it is seen as disrespect. It is not disrespectful to be like, I don't understand how Black Americans could have a culture. I don't see that Black Americans have, like, that's something that's opinion based. That's like, this is how I feel. You don't just point the finger and be like, y'all ain't got no culture. That's it. That's all. You have shut the conversation completely down. There is nothing after that. So I don't like, I get what y'all are saying, but y'all are not getting what they are saying. You can't, there is no conversation in that.
But that's not
There's a
what
conversation. They were having it.
that's not what occurred.
Yeah,
There was
just
not.
Context. That's not what occurred. They asked him a question. He answered the question. So we are replying off the clip, which is fair. I get it.
You know this ain't the first time he said that, right?
No, but I'm just giving credence to context that he didn't. You both just explaining the rules of exchange, and we get that. I totally understand. If you come out the gate and you're attaching tags and negative ones, absolutely, I wouldn't expect anybody to entertain or welcome malice into their realm. But that's not what occurred, and so maybe because it's a clip, it's not fair. But he was asked a question, he gave his opinion, and again,
here's the other thing, right? He came to have the discussion with a group of people who are willing to have the conversation with him. Someone platformed him, right? That's another thing. So again, he carries himself as an intellect. He wants to have a conversation. You guys are arguing about the topic of the conversation. It's here's the thing. I understand if you take offense to it, bless your heart. Okay, here's the reality of it though. Just because he has an opinion, just like you guys come on these platforms and you drag out your little opinions all day and night, and some of y'all not even educated enough to have the opinions that you do have, but you make them anyways, right? So again, just like y'all do it about women, Black women shouldn't do this, Black men shouldn't do that. I hear it all the time. So don't lead with the, I don't like the way you said the question, or I don't like the way you asked, I don't like the way you presented the topic. That's irrelevant. None of you guys live by that concept at all. I see these clips. I hear how y'all make statements. You don't think about the person's feelings in mind when you make your point. Okay, so come on, this is Lapeef's channel. I've seen it all. I've seen it all over here. None of y'all take the time to think about, I wonder how this Black man's gonna feel when I state how I feel about being a woman. I wonder how this Black woman's gonna feel when I state about these issues. So please miss me with that. All right. Your concern right now, Bo, what you're talking about, you're saying, I don't like the way he said it. I don't like the way he said it. He should have said it differently. Irrelevant. The man said what he said. You take offense to it. I respect that. No one is saying that what he said wasn't disrespectful. What I'm saying is he's having a conversation. He's trying to have an intellectual conversation. You don't like the conversation. That's completely fine. That's completely fine. What I'm saying is take the emotions out of it. He's wrong. Right? I said that when I came up here. He's wrong, and his definition of culture I do not agree with. He also said, he made a statement and said that Creole is not a language. That's false. Creole is a language. So just because he has an
No, we don't
opinion,
have
you
to
guys,
entertain everything.
Hold on.
well,
Slow down,
but
low
the
down.
point I'm trying, the point I'm trying to make is he's a
I guess.
man with opinions.
Everybody
So
has
my thing is
Hold
just
on.
combat the opinion.
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Slow down, low down. Let me say something. One, call a name. Who does not have enough intellect to have these conversations? Number two, I never said that I was offended by anything. All I was doing was
I never
stating
said you were.
what was what. You
But you're speaking for them. You're speaking for them, and you're speaking for them. They can
I
speak
am
for
speaking to
themselves,
what
right?
I
So if
hear
you don't have an offense to it, why would you even bring it up? Why would you bring it up if you didn't have an offense?
because I understand what they're
You're
saying.
defending them. I understand
Because
what they're
I
saying too. I never
understand
said
what
I
they're
No,
didn't.
she's defending Black Americans. She's not specifically defending us. She's defending Black Americans.
I just understand what people are saying and how they feel about things. That's all that is. Now, you came up with this really nice face and smile and stuff, and I was like, oh, he looks so kind. And then you proceeded to call me stupid, and
very
I'm
kind.
just trying to figure
I
out
never called you stupid.
stupid and
I never
emotional.
called you stupid.
And I'm just trying
I
to
never
figure
called you
out.
stupid. I
I
never
had
called
these
you
very
emotional.
nice thoughts about you, and now I'm having very unnice thoughts about you. And I am going to shut my mouth now because I don't enjoy being called stupid nor emotional, because I was not being emotional at all in that moment. I was just stating what I heard. I understood what people were saying, and all I was doing was explaining that and how a conversation is supposed to go. That's all I did. Now I am going to keep my unkind thoughts to myself. Since you have been so unkind, I will leave you to do that by yourself.
All right. Okay, Bo. Let me say this. I apologize if you took offense to that. That was not directed to you.
That's not an apology.
Damn,
Bo?
Sweeney.
That's not an
Bo?
apology.
He said he
Bo,
apologized.
my statements were not directed to you. All right. So let me just say that directly.
Who were they directed to?
Yeah, call the name. Because who on this panel were
Bo,
you
he
talking
wasn't
to when
talking to
you
you,
said
Bo.
that
I think he
someone
was
didn't
saying
have enough
generally
intellect
speaking.
to have this conversation?
Bo, his comments were directed towards Sweeney and Marcus.
No,
Oh,
he
so
didn't
you
say
calling us stupid and
no.
It seemed more like a generality that people come on
It
to
didn't, because he
lives and have
specifically called my name
discussions and
later
make
in the
comments with the lack of education to make comments on them. I don't think he didn't say anyone's name. He's just saying, generally speaking, people speak on things that they don't have the education for.
Thank you.
Is that your point?
He was talking about people on this panel. He
your
said
point,
people on this panel.
No,
He was not
People
speaking
come
general.
on to the panel, so that means that at any given
Excuse me,
time that
ma'am.
a panel is hosted, that there can be people who are not educated on a topic. That is simply
Nigga, I'm up
it.
here every week. Who do you think? We are all up here every week. Who the fuck do you think he's talking about? I'm just trying. Like,
No,
no.
That could be any given
I
person
see
at
what
any
you're
time.
saying. I see what
I'm
you're
done.
saying.
See, and that's why I should have left it alone right there. And y'all probably should have left me alone too. Cause let me tell you something. I ain't stupid. Y'all might think I am, but I'm not. And it's real cute. But go ahead with the conversation. I'm done.
Bo, bless your heart.
Like in the
That's
Thank
Black
you,
American as
Kiana.
well.
Thank you so,
like in the southern.
We know what
thank you
that
so
means
much
as well.
for clearing.
We know what that means.
That's Black American as well, and we know what that means
That's
too.
a Black American
Right.
thing. So Kiana, thank you for clearing that up.
So
You guys, I'm making a general statement. When you guys play
just
the
know
video
we
back,
know. Just know we recognize the disrespect as well.
All right, bless
We
your
know
heart
that-
too, Sweeney.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Get that boy some watermelon. Calm him
It's
down.
very blessed.
I think we're being
Get that boy
sensitive.
some watermelon. Calm him down.
Oh, now we're talking about watermelon. Come on, keep it coming. Show us who you are. Show us who you really are.
Hey, Sweeney.
Come on, show us who that. Come on, let it all out that big bald ass head of yours, cue ball.
Why you gotta talk about my head, Sweeney?
Pause.
Come on.
Isaac Hayes wouldn't have said that. You look like him, but you don't talk like him.
And I don't got his money either.
And he dancing to it.
Yo, man, damn, son. I don't know.
What happened?
Shout out to y'all.
Real dope. I think you about to say something bad.
That man, I bet you that man can drink.
Who, me?
can take
You
a
better
straw-
say something.
He
You better say
definitely
something.
is.
You better say
definitely
something bad. I
I
heard.
was about to say something crazy.
You better
I
say something
see,
bad.
I
He
see
gonna
you. I
come
see
in.
you.
Fuck y'all
Yeah.
in a horse you
No,
rode in on.
and white already know where
First off,
they
real
already know
dope.
where I stand on this.
Where your parents were born first? Everybody else got that established.
I'm a nigga. I'm a nigga.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, your parents are from
Carry
here.
on.
Before you start speaking real dope, can you give us the definition of
Nigga.
culture?
Well.
Of culture. Culture. What is the definition of culture, real dope? So we understand what you're saying. You need to define the term you're about to use.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you what off top what I consider culture to be.
No, look at the definition. No, I don't need.
All right, I'll read it. I'll find it so we can all agree on it. Culture definition. I like to go to Merriam-Webster. Let's go there. The beliefs, customs, arts, etc. of a particular social group, place, or time. Is that good for you? Yeah, so I that's what I consider culture to be. And the reason that I like, and I've said it before, I think that as Black people, I don't think we have a culture outside of art, entertainment, and of course food and our language and stuff like that.
What's the definition, real dope?
I said,
hey, yo,
outside,
wait, time out.
said,
You can't do that, bro. You just said we don't have anything outside of what the definition is. That's fucking crazy, bro. What are we doing? We just said what the definition of culture is. You said I got nothing else outside of what I just described the definition as. You just read it off.
Outside.
Oh my God. That was interesting.
So outside of the particular things that I just mentioned, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think that Black people have a set of I don't think we have beliefs that we all agree with. And I'll give you an example. For example, when it comes to I'll use Asian people. Let's say particularly Chinese people, right? I'll use this example again. If a Chinese person comes to America, they have a blueprint on how you do things, how your family works, how all these things work. If you go inside a Chinese store in Philadelphia, you go inside a Chinese store in Chicago, I guarantee you those pictures are the same up top. I guarantee you that menu look the same. It's going to be white. It's going to have the red letters and all that type of thing. I think that they have a blueprint for the way that they do certain things. Of course, we all have a common, we all speak the same language. I don't care where you're from. We can understand each other to a certain degree because we Black. We all understand about our hair care and things like that. We all, dress a certain way. We understand our culture over there. But the places where I want culture is when it comes to business, when it comes to, things of prestige. Those are places where I would like to have commonalities. I like to come on these panels and I'd like to agree on things. I'd like to not even have to have these discussions with a lot of things because we have a culture where we already know what's going on, but we don't. We're trying to come up here and we're trying to get it together. We're trying to have conversations. We're trying to agree on things, but also a lot of us don't even agree on how we have conversations, right? That's one of the things that I'd like to have. I'd like to, we don't even when it comes to our women, like a lot of times we had these conversations with our women on the panel and our women would be like, start talking to us crazy. And, we trying to stay diplomatic and just, kind of, trying to stay stoic and they talking to us crazy, like these are the things. This is what I mean, right? I'm not trying to offend my brothers and sisters when I say that I don't think we have culture outside of, the dancing and the food and all the fun stuff. I think we are the most emulated culture in the world. I wouldn't trade being Black for nothing because I like being Black. I don't want to be white. I think I'm cool. I think I got swag. I think I get bitches. I think all of that type of stuff. I think I'm a good looking guy. I think I'm athletic. I don't want to trade being me for nobody. Right. But at the same time, it's things that I think we need to get better with.
Real dope question. Is that a consistent thing where the women are disrespectful on panels?
Is it a consistent thing that women are disrespectful on panels?
Black women on the type of panels?
I think so.
That's the culture. right? You think it has to be positive to be defined as culture. Culture is a consistent thing that we can easily identify quite often, right? That we tend to agree upon. And the things that you eliminated were, you said we have culture outside the culture that you eliminated. The money aspect, the business aspect isn't a part of either one of the three definitions. I agree with you that I want that be more consistent aspect of, how we comport ourselves. However, just in terms of the definition that you brought to us, that wasn't one of the facets.
Yeah.
But I
agree.
agree with you, like how you know how you is manifesting, but just in terms of the definition, you actually named a lot of stuff that would qualify as culture.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with what you just said. So basically, you're saying is like, even if our culture is chaotic,
Negative. Yeah.
it's still culture. Even
Mhm.
if our culture is to do everything the improper way, that's still culture.
Mhm.
Which and I'm not saying that
Correct.
that's our culture, but I'm trying to articulate that
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, that
Both
no
ends
matter
of the
what it
totem
is,
pole.
everything is
Mhm.
culture.
Indeed. Yep. Both ends,
Like,
right?
And that's let me jump in real quick. That's the issue I had with Zanu's perspective and his ideology towards what he thinks Black American culture is. Because it's something that he doesn't like or he doesn't see value in, means that there's no culture. That's false, right? That's an incorrect assessment, because culture is very, very defined very clearly. The question is it shared? Is it consistent across the table? Is it a shared customs, morals, value system, religious system? And I think what he was trying to get at when he's talking about worldview, we need to look at the definition of real dope. If you already got it up, can you look up the definition of worldview? And his assertion is he believes if a culture does not have a worldview, then they cannot exist as a culture. So he's arguing from a different layer of the conversation. I don't agree with what he said. I understand what he was trying to say. I think there's a deeper level to the conversation. The same thing that's causing everyone this confusion as it relates to Black American culture. We know that Black Americans contribute a whole lot to this world, not just to this country, a whole lot to this world. We know that the culture is emulated. We know that Black Americans are trendsetters. We know all the inventions. Some we do know, some we will never know. Just all of the great things that have been attributed to Black America. We're aware of that, right? The issue now is there's a component that makes a culture fine-tuned and also cohesive that might be missing. There's a puzzle. There's a puzzle piece that's missing, and I think that's what he's trying to touch on. I think though, but the conversation is so triggering that we can't even dive into the nuance of it to be able to have a healthy conversation about what is that puzzle piece that's missing. There's something that's missing to really unify Black Americans in this country so that they could be a dominant force like they're supposed to be, right? But if we get triggered every time someone brings up something we don't like or we're not comfortable with, we'll never get to the point to actually solve a problem or solve an issue. And I just think that he's highlighting something that's a very sensitive and touchy subject. But I believe that even on this panel, we could actually get to the root of that, of what that actually is.
I need to ask a question. And anyone on the panel can answer this for me. What is white culture? What is European American culture?
Are you about to say that they don't have a culture?
I'm asking.
No, I'm just.
I truly don't know.
Before we
I would
answer,
say they're more keen embracing their individual culture. So if you're German, if you're Irish, if you're Italian and whatnot, you embrace that culture, not necessarily just being European.
Real quick, Bo, before we answer, is it are you of the opinion that white people don't have a culture?
I'm asking. I'm asking.
I said before we answer, is that your position anyway? You know,
no, they have a culture.
Okay.
And you're asking what their culture is? Yeah, their culture is anything. Their culture is anything consisting of morals, values, traditions, customs.
Who?
Like all those things, all those.
Who? Who you talking about? White people? You talking about white people? You talking about white people? Like European Americans? Like people that came from Europe? Morals and values? You talking about them?
Yeah, they do. It's just perversion.
I was going to say, cause what is the
Remember,
moral?
culture, it doesn't have to be positive, right? We already kind of walked through
It
that.
doesn't have to be. So
You
for
right
example,
about
right? Say so the problem is because you don't agree or like the way they do things doesn't mean they don't have a culture,
I
right?
didn't.
So
No.
one could argue that.
I
No,
wasn't
not you.
disagreeing.
I'm just saying, not you.
Oh.
I'm just saying, like from this perspective, we don't like how they colonized, right? They should have just left everything alone. Would have been just fine, right? But that was an aspect of their culture, getting on boats and going around fucking with people. That was a part of their culture.
Is.
Okay,
I need you to
is a part of their culture.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is you still see that conquering mentality through the military, right? They still do that same thing today. It just looks different. So that is a part of their culture. It's negative. We don't like it, but it doesn't mean it's not part of their culture, right?
No, I
Colonizing,
agree.
right?
I
Taking
just got
people up, right? So hold on now. So the same thing could be said about Jamaican culture, the things that we do, right? Whether it's the sexual immorality, whether it's the music, whether it's the violence, right? That's still part of Jamaican culture. We can come over here, we can go to Haiti, we can go to America, right? We could say the same thing in different countries. Just because there's negative aspects of it that we don't like or we're not proud of, doesn't mean it's not part of the culture. And so that's my issue with Zanu's perspective, is that he has an opinion of what he thinks culture is. In his opinion, he believes that there's things lacking from not just black Americans, but in other countries. Because he was saying a whole bunch of countries said they don't have culture. So it's just his definition. That's his opinion. So that's kind of, I feel like, where a lot of people are kind of like missing the mark with on this topic.
But I wasn't even. So I didn't ask that question for that. I know, but I wanted people to think. Like, the reason why I asked that question is because I want y'all to really think when y'all are discussing Black American culture, African American culture, whichever term y'all want to use. I want you to think when you are listening to people say we don't have a culture, think about what white culture is. Think about that. Like, when you want to disrespect your own race, and I'm not talking about you, Nathan, I'm just talking about in general. When you want to disrespect your own race, when you want to disrespect and say and put down your own people for twerking and Target, I want y'all to understand ask yourself what white culture is. Ask yourself who they are. They do have a culture. They absolutely have a culture. Ask yourself what that is. And I can guarantee you what their culture is in the face of what your culture is. I'm going to let you make the determination which one is better. But we don't our culture is always up for discussion. That I think that's where I'm having an issue. Because why is our culture and the absence of always up for discussion? Have a discussion about those centuries long degenerates. We don't ever have a discussion about that. Why don't we talk about what their culture truly is? Their culture?
Every culture have degeneracy?
Do we not talk about white supremacy? Do we not talk about white behavior? Do we not talk about
a culture?
White?
No, as a culture, we do not. You do not ever.
What is white supremacy?
It is their culture. What I'm saying is, it is never in the context.
Now you're being disingenuous.
I am.
You mean to tell me that? Do you mean to tell me that we don't discuss white life and white lifestyle and white supremacy and white oppression and
as it pertains to how it affects us? Yes, as it pertains to how it affects us, we do not ever talk about their culture and what it looks like for them, how they live on a day-to-day basis, what they believe, how they operate, what values they hold. Nothing like the only time we talk about that is when it affects us.
Nah, I don't know
Not the
about
same
that.
thing.
I don't know about that.
Well, but
we
that's not
saying how
Y'all
they don't use wash rags. We be saying how they don't know how to cook. They don't got no seasoning in their food.
Yeah,
we be
Black
talking.
folks talk about every damn body under the sun. Stop playing, you guys.
It is
Stop
not
it.
put into the. Hold on. Nobody ever
This
says.
is the no. This is the
Well,
hypocrisy.
so you don't. Okay,
This
so
is the
you don't listen to me.
hypocrisy.
Cause see, I'll stop talking. I swear to God, I will.
I do.
Because
Go
if
ahead.
you're
No,
gonna
go ahead.
misrepresent
No,
what
you're
I'm
wrong.
saying,
You're wrong.
you're
No,
not
I'm
going to
wrong.
really
I'm
listen
wrong.
to what I'm
Go
saying.
ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm saying, yes, we talk about individual things. We make fun of individual things. We don't ever sit down. These people have sat down and had a conversation trying to figure out what Black culture is. We have never sat down in front of what is white culture. We have never picked apart what white people do, like as a culture. Because
is it a crime to ask?
Excuse me?
Is it a crime to ask? If you sat down with a white person and said, "What is white culture?" Is that problematic to ask them that, or any other culture?
No, we've
I'm not
torn apart white culture for sure.
I'm not speaking of it being problematic. My question, the reason why I'm asking this is, why is our culture always up, or the lack thereof always up for debate, but white people's culture or the lack thereof is not ever up for debate, whether it
You want to know my
exists
theory?
or not?
You want to know my theory?
Because they're quicker to define what it is and communicate that.
They don't communicate a goddamn thing.
They don't?
Whiteness and the harm that it has done is the culture. They absolutely have a culture, and it is whiteness. It is white supremacy. It is them staying at the top of the food chain. That is their culture, period. By hook or by crook.
Defining it.
Yeah, for me, absolutely.
That's part
They
of
must be defining it elsewhere as well, because a good amount of society has a concept that that's what it is about them, right? Or would you say that the rest of the world is in denial and we're the only group of people who can acknowledge the problems within white culture?
I don't think that anyone else thinks that there is a problem in white culture until it pertains to them.
That's false. That's why we have a whole
as an individual. So you're going to tell me
political group that talks about the issues with white culture and
when it affects them, not when it affects anyone
though.
else. People talk about it when it affects them. Everything else is perfectly fine.
Let me ask you this: have you voted Democrat the last 3 elections? Hold on, he's a fool. I do kind of look like him a little bit though. Have you?
Yeah,
that's just.
I prefer not to split the vote. Yeah.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at them.
OG, you been quiet. Let's get OG in, man.
Yeah, I must warn the panel and the chat room that this is really not the real Nathan. This is an AI generated Nathan. And
AI generated.
Which one, OG? The one with the red hat or the one next to you?
No, the one that's next to me. So I'm very acquainted with Nathan, and this is not really him. Y'all missed past something. Earlier you said you wanted real dope to look up something. And do that dope has anything to do with you personally? That's just something you just put there. But anyway, you can look up you can look up the worldview. I think the biggest input of Black culture that's one of the biggest United States imports. So if you want to talk about worldview, I think when it'll fall right into that category. I think you kind of like back yourself in the wall with that one, Nathan, because I be looking at videos, people be wearing their pants down, way somewhere in some wooded area, don't even have street lights. So when you start talking about worldview, and that's what I was trying to bring on earlier, that they don't have control of our image as much as they used to. And we got to take that serious. The internet has
Okay.
made the world smaller. You know that as well as I know that. So when we start talking about the things that have worldview, then you would have to put our culture is, I mean, if y'all really had to listen to white people sing back in the 60s, man, I'm telling you, if y'all really had to listen to some of that, I mean, just the impression of our vocal skill has changed country music, much less all the other stuff that we have changed. And if y'all thinking that these other nations is just looking at us as entertainers, their inspiration and motivation come from our history that a lot of us don't read about inventions. But there's people in Africa who are inspired and motivated by our able to overcome in this country and being able to contribute to technology and everything. So I think we just look at a certain part of our influence around the world, but there are different levels of our influence around the world, and that it strictly is due to our culture.
I don't disagree with that. What I said earlier was we don't have the control, right? That we should have over our image. You're saying we have more control than we used to. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
I would argue and say I think it's less. I still think it's less than I think we're now becoming more educated about how much of control we don't actually have. So, for example, J Speed, can you name me three TV shows where the lead actor in a predominantly white show were drug dealers? Can you name me three white shows where they're drug dealers?
Well, I think you fall right back into my trap again. Okay, I
Howard
can't. I can't. Reason why I can't.
Sopranos.
I'm gonna answer a question. Reason I can't really. I worked in the industry for 35 years, my brother. I don't
You
look
worked
at
in every industry for 35 years.
no,
huh?
no. I got receipts. I got
when you was
receipts.
old as
Yeah,
JSP, when you was old as
real dope daddy.
JSP, you worked
Hey,
everywhere.
I thought you was a boxer.
real dope daddy. Real dope daddy. We would not put up with hate on this channel tonight, okay?
My bad, man.
I mean, I understand your shortcomings, but you probably made a lot of the money in different direction, and I won't hate on you for that.
Sorry, I
My
apologize.
receipts is all over the internet, so don't get jealous. Don't get jealous. But Nathan, let's get back to the point, brother.
Go ahead.
Reason why I say that is
just give me two. Give me two.
We gotta start wrapping up. We gotta start wrapping up.
If I don't watch TV, then I can't give you that.
All right, fair enough.
That's honestly. But what I'm saying is, there are TV shows.
We're the Millers.
Go ahead. But there are TV shows that's doing just as
Nurse
well
Jack.
with
just
prominent black people on the internet.
I can give it to him. Nurse Jackie, Weeds, and Breaking Bad.
There we go. I was trying to figure out Breaking Bad.
She wasn't a drug dealer. She was an addict.
Same thing.
What about Weeds?
Not if you're a good one. No, it's not the same.
What about
thing.
Breaking Bad?
Breaking Bad is a good one. No, Breaking Bad is a good one. Real dope. And I'm gonna make my point. Real dope. Do you got that definition? No, we got to wrap up. Worldview.
Yeah, I got it for you.
We're the Millers. That was a group of drug. That was a family of drug dealers.
A particular philosophy of life or conception of the world.
That's it.
That's the one that came up, but I can read you Merriam-Webster too.
Let me read this one. This one says worldview is your fundamental way of seeing and interpreting the world, a personal lens or framework of beliefs, values, and assumption about reality, life's purpose, and how things work, sharpening your thoughts, feelings, and actions, often including views on God, humanity, knowledge, and morality, answering the big questions about existence, experience, culture, and education. So that the reason I want to really touch on that, I know we gotta close on that. That might be another conversation later. But that's what he's saying is absent. I would have loved to kind of hear people's perspective as to, do we think that's a legitimate claim that Black American culture and other cultures that he says is not a culture lacks a worldview? But I know we got a little bit off topic.
I disagree that it don't
What it is?
become a worldview, because if you really think about it, is we are totally in the mouth of the beast, and the things that we had to overcome. You don't think that motivate and inspire people all in the diaspora that look like us?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So it'll fall right into that definition.
I like that.
All right.
Peace to the Saints.
Oh my
Lapeef,
God.
hey, shout out to you guys on the panel. Lapeef, I appreciate you bringing me up, man. As
I appreciate
always,
you, Nathan. Good to see
man.
you,
And
bro.
yeah, good to see you, man. Great conversation. I definitely got to come back if y'all do a part 2. I like how y'all thought Real Dope was going to come and have y'all back, and he came and shut that down, right?
Oh, they already know me.
We knew what type of time.
Look at the hoodie. I gotta tell you something right there.
We gotta
tell you
get to
something
the
right there.
chat.
Look at the hoodie.
We gotta get to the super chat.
Chunkster 228 with the 2. Peace to the Saints. Ron's 1-2-3-4 with the 5. Thank you, pretty intellectual. Chicago Rilla with the 20. This finna be good. I see a lot of my A-likes in the building. Salute. Ron's 1-2-3-4, $5. FBA all day. We all we got. We are always have, always will. 100. Mondeja with the $2. Except they look dirty is crazy in facts. Clement with the $2. We got to sit through bold word salad about nothing. Mondeja with the 5. Everything we do is not created from slave times in Africa, black folk. We got to cut that out. Clement with the 5. Anytime a man have contention with one woman, she say he talking about all women. Mondeja with the 2. Get him, true. Chosen 1619 with the $4.99. Why do we have to explain anything to people who have nothing and build nothing? Mondeja with the $5. U.S. has no luxury cars besides the Escalade. Everything else is not the class of Mercedes. That's not. Mondeja with the $2. We are known for dancing and singing. Is that art? Alien Linux, something to think about with the $10. How can people steal from us and monopolize things that people claim we don't have in the first place? We are the most duplicated. Without us, what is even American culture outside of racism and theft? Mondeja with the 5. Tesla's not luxury. Lincoln is not a class of Mercedes. They only compete in the XXL category, which Mercedes is not in. Lucid is building. Chosen 1619, $1.99. We monopolize activism. B2K 123 or 1213, $2. Now the guys have become delusional. Be real. Now the guys have become delusional. Be real. Mondeja with the $5. No Sweeney curl sponges are to make your hair look curly. I have braids myself, but it is an immature look to me. If I want to look mature, I man bun it. Shout out to you. AP, the accountability partner with the $10. Salute to the panel. Why do we have to be on the same page? We can celebrate our differences. There's no right way to be black when you're black. Duke Whitfield, 5162 with the $4.99. Nah, I can't let that slide SMS. Weave is not the. I can't let that fly SMS. Weave is not the same as a man styling his real hair. Black women look beautiful when they style their real hair, same as us. Mr. God, give me a name with the $2. Only the most ignorant people act black. Chosen 1619 with the $2. Always a super deep objective fool on the panel. Nisha, the good doctor, $4.99. The combo will go further with some standardization. 10 folk with 10 different belief systems. Appreciate that, Marcus. Salute. Fire Nation Radio with the 5. True Table is an ID 10 Tango. Is an ID 10 Tango. He doesn't understand the word culture. Culture is a shared experience of people. I hate how our slowest speak the most. B. Sammy, $2. Where is True Table from? I'm curious. Business Bully 499. Japan doesn't have one culture. Osaka versus Tokyo versus Fukuoka versus Hokkaido. Cash Money ain't Bad Boy, but they're considered hip hop. Be for real. Fire Nation with the $5. Hey dummies, black culture was regional until the internet blended it all as of the last 10 years. What the funkle are you talking about? Your culture, Mr. Travolta 24 with the whatever that is, 125. Your culture is blaming the white man for all your problems rather than moving on from the past and shaping your own future.
That's $1.25.
Chosen 1619 with the 199. Black Wall Street was an erasure of black wealth. Fire Nation Radio with the 2. Black American culture has always morphed to escape detection. The Ghost OGJ Speed with the $5. Dominant society set the standard. Movies, high fashion, print, expression, more likely cultural appropriation, lack of knowledge of self. Mr. HDN 1822, salute, Brody. Bruiser with the 499. Shout out to True Table, trying so hard with a TV background. Take this L, bro. Lennox, something to think about with the 10. White people don't even get together at family reunions like they used to. All traditions aren't fully kept by every group. I'm from Jersey. I know a lot of Hispanics that don't speak Spanish. Nisha, the good doctor, your white 10, Jesus speaking black culture. The Ghost J Speed with the $5. That man came home to his woman. 70% was wearing locks or froze to be. It would be
hell in America. It wouldn't let me say what I wanted to say. I was saying if the white man came home and 7% of white women had afros or locks, it's gonna be hell in America.
Oh, yeah. Chosen 1619 with the 199. Super deep ruckus. They talking about true. Arian Willica 218 with the 199. Is ratchetness black culture? What up, Hampton JR? Nisha, the good doctor with the 499. Culture is just the word that used to mean associated with. That's it. Watermelon is associated with black folks. Take it or leave it. Adjacent to. Turn on the AC now with the $5. How do we lose twerking in the grocery store between Juneteenth and Freaknik? It was just dormant till Metro Boomin. It was just dormant until Metro Boomin. L. Nix, something to think about with the $10. Hoodoo is Black American spiritual tradition from the South, rooted in Black spirituality. It's a cultural system of practice, healing, protection. It's actually hidden in Christian churches. The Ghost J Speed with the $2. 2005 Dan Cook comedy, The Word Karen. Nisha, the good doctor again. That's called programming. They like redefining things. Akine business development with the $2 at max. Those are not definition of culture. Prophecy the Savior with the 10. We FBA have culture. We created music genres that have been copied and co-opted by others. Take the blues. Look up the history of K-pop. Look at the scene in Japan. We have established towns, cities, and banks. Ikine busted the business development with the $2. At Bo, women are not the creators of culture. Ikine business development with the $5. Black Americans and Africans have very similar cultures, but when there are immortality, it should be discussed on both sides. This is good. Squab King with the 10. And White holding it down, FBA strong. Ikine business development with the $2. Nason, God bless you. You are speaking wisdom. Mr. Know-It-All with the $2. Black negativity is monetized, not the diaspora. It's T.O. with the $5. The dude in the video did say Jamaicans have no culture, but the Rastafarians have the culture. Y'all now listening. Laugh out loud. Nisha, the good doctor with the $5. Research double empathy. It's not personal, just different. Squad came with the 499. The Caribization of Black politics, Sharon D. Wright Austin. Prophecy to the Savior with the 10. This all stems from the model minority, which made it seem as us, FBA, are what you should not be like, which in turn makes it for others to tell us we have no culture. It's T.O. with the $5. Black immigrants, first, second gen, are 10% of Black Americans, though, so we got to be silent. Okay. Prophecy to Savior with the $10. Imagine if FBA went to Africa or to the UK and told others that hey, you have no culture. Oh, and told us, hey, you have no culture. After that Berlin Conference of apartheid, and you ran away instead of building your own country up. Mr. Travolta with the 125. Your culture is being overly emotional and calling people a tether when you don't agree. Your culture is not discussing ideas. That's why you're at the bottom. Prophecy to Savior with the $5. Do y'all honestly believe that everyone that says FBA doesn't have a culture is doing it to have a genuine understanding and honest convo? Nathan and True? I don't think they believe that. Deborah and Leonelli, 457 with the $5. I'll take what is free speech for 1,000, Alex. Hey, Nathan. Prophecy to Savior with the $5. So calling FBA hoes and being pimped out was having intellectual convo about FBA having a culture or not, Nathan? Mr. God, give me a name, $2. Sweener the Wiener crying again. Ikene Business Development with the $2. I would like to be present on this panel from my perspective.
Too long-winded, JR.
Martin Deja with the 499. I'm black and I don't think we have a culture outside of art and entertainment. The exact definition of culture. Prophecy D Savior with the $5. Nathan came on here and called FBA hoes, and we are being pimped out. And that turned around and said he was trying to have an intellectual conversation, shaking my head. Mr. Know-It-All, $2. Don't fight down south if someone say suck my dick, please. HD 1822 with the 5. I feel like we protect culture more than we protect people. We treat culture like it's a person, but if you change the people, you change the culture. Prophecy to Savior with the $10. JR platformed you, Nathan, to come have a discussion. Instead, you trying to broach the topic with some decorum. You took that time to take pop shots while on the FBA channel. Make it make sense. Mr. Know-It-All, $2. Give me some grape Kool-Aid too. You tell her. Mr. Travolta with 125. Sweeney, you're an example. Sweeney, you're an example of why FBA's never progress. People have an intellectual conversation, and you resort to get to gay shaming. It's ridiculous.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Prophecy to Savior with the $5. The model minority propaganda is the reason people feel comfortable telling FBA we have no culture. Yeah. Bruce with the $5. Ken Monet had a checkmate moment. No one addressed. Prophecy to Savior with the $10. They colonized, stole artifacts, dismembered, our word, pillaged, and burned town cities to turn some to man-made lakes. Yeah, hanged and ate us, but no one never tries to downplay them. Say they don't have a culture. That's a great point. That is the culture. Prophecy to Savior with the $10. Narco, Breaking Bad, and the show Weeds at Nathan. Prophecy to Savior with the $5. FBA worldview, our lineage-based identity, reparations-focused distinction from other groups, nonpartisan stance, and cultural specificity at Nathan. You cooking Prophecy to Savior. I say 2X with the $2. There's no monolith anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. It doesn't exist.
So, man, I want to thank everybody that has contributed to the platform. Much love. Appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. So make sure we support everybody on the panel. Check out their YouTube channels, Instagrams, and see what they got going on, online and offline. Let's make sure we support people the same way that y'all support us here today. I want to thank everybody coming up. J Speed, Nathan, Real Dope, everybody that has gone and left. Thank y'all for y'all contribution today. And yeah, y'all enjoy y'all weekend. Go Bears. Bear down.
Go Sanders. Sador.
Real Dope. What's the definition of culture?
Want me to read it again?
Mm-hmm.
Let me go find it again.
Either you and Obama. Why you want him to be?
What's the definition of business?
I found that too.
Are those the same word?
No. Let's see. It says a usually commercial or mercantile, I don't know, activity engaging as a means of livelihood. Another one says a commercial or sometimes an industrial enterprise.
Do you think that somehow bleeds into culture?
Business?
Yeah, that definition bleeds into the definition of business.
Hold on. Does the definition of culture bleed into the definition of business? I guess I'm not really sure what you're asking, but I think business is a culture. And
you think they're synonyms for each other?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So can you stop saying that?
Stop saying what?
Please.
When you reference culture, you start talking about business.
No, I think I want that to be a part of our culture.
I agree with you, but when
It
in
is.
reference to us having or not having a culture, can you please stop saying that? Because you're talking about a monopoly or a business entity.
I don't know if I fully understand what you're saying.
Definition of culture is one thing. All right.
Don't worry about it. It'll come to you next week.
Yeah, maybe I'm just being slow right now.
Yeah, it's all right. That might have something to do with that weed, dope, and all that other stuff.
Damn. Damn.
You ain't gonna stop. I sat down for 2 hours and explained this to you one day, and you came back the next day and said, "Yeah, we don't got no culture."
We just ain't agree on it that day.
Please get that man face off the screen. That almost pissed me off because I thought he was here.
No, but real
Come
dope.
on, Bo. You're doing good this week. You're doing good this week, bro. Come on. You got me impressed, so you're doing good.
I do what I can.
Do you think definitions matter, bro?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely. I think they're extremely important.
So you've read both definitions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you agree they're not synonyms, right?
Yeah, those aren't synonyms.
So can we stop using the definition for business for culture?
I don't think I ever did that. Or maybe you don't understand my position then. So
I do understand your position. I overstand it. You want business to be part of our culture, which I agree with you on. But when you have the conversation about if we have culture or not, that it's not synonymous with business.
Yeah, so from a literal standpoint, I understand your position of everything is culture. I think we kind of well, I think I conceded to that everything is culture. So even if you think somebody doesn't have a culture, that is having a culture. You know, everything is culture. Culture is what you are. It is what you is. So white people have to have a culture. If we think white people not having a culture, and we think they don't have a culture, then that's their culture. If that makes sense. So I understand. I conceded to that, but I think when it comes to business and all that too, I think that is culture. That can be culture also. I think that's a part of white people's culture. I think capitalism. I think things like that. So yeah, I think culture is way more than just art, and entertainment.
Do you remember the definition of culture?
Yeah.
Can you read the?
I'm gonna go get it again.
Just one more time for the slow people.
Yeah. Okay.
I was speaking on you personally. Go ahead.
The beliefs, customs, arts, etc., of a particular social group, place, or time.
Okay.
So this can encompass business. It start beliefs, customs, arts, etc. So it's vast. It goes beyond beliefs, customs, and arts.
We got you.
I'm sure hit that like button on y'all way out. Thank you.